Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, I'm a locksmith. The vault I just opened had scratches on the inside, is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end if you dare. The first thing wrong with the vault was the smell. Not rot, not gas, not anything that would have made me grab my tools and back out with a clean conscience. It was smaller than that, easier to argue with, warm metal. Old pennies, a damp, sour breath leaking through the seam around the door, as if the room behind it had been holding something in for years and had finally been given permission to exhale. My name is Daniel Mercer, 42, male, third-generation locksmith out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and I have made most of my living opening things people swore could not be opened. Cars in the snow, front doors after breakups, safes after deaths, bank deposit boxes when the paperwork finally caught up with grief. I am not the movie kind of locksmith. I do not pick a lock with 2 hairpins and a wink. Most days I smell like brass shavings and machine oil, and most nights I go home with my knees aching from crouching in entryways, while somebody watches me like I am either a magician or a thief. That afternoon, I was in the basement of the old Wexler building on Liberty Avenue downtown, with a carbide bit singing against a vault door that had not been opened since before I was born. The building had been a bank once, then a payroll office, then a tax records annex, then nothing useful for almost 20 years. Now a developer wanted to turn it into expensive apartments with industrial charm, which meant exposed brick, drafty windows, and rent that would make a schoolteacher laugh until they cried. The lobby upstairs still had marble walls veined like fat under skin, and the basement had that old Pittsburgh wetness to it, a cold mineral damp that crawled through concrete no matter how many dehumidifiers you plugged in. "Tell me that smell is normal," said Claire Novick. Claire Novick, 38, female, was the property manager for Haddon and Price Development, the company that had bought the Wexler building at auction. She had a navy blazer, work boots dusted with plaster, and a phone she checked every 40 seconds without seeming to notice she was doing it. Her hair was pulled back too tightly, and she spoke in that clipped professional tone people use when they are trying to make panic sound like scheduling. I had met her twice before, both times over busted mortise locks upstairs. She was competent, impatient, and the kind of person who apologized to a coffee machine when she bumped into it. "Normal for a basement," I said. "Depends how honest you want me to be." She looked at the vault door. The light from my work lamp flattened her face, making the hollows under her eyes more obvious. I want the kind of honest that doesn't add 3 weeks to my timeline. Then it smells like old air. That's not a real answer. It's the answer that keeps us both employed. Behind her, Eddie Shaw gave a short laugh that turned into a cough. Eddie Shaw, 56, male, was the building's maintenance contractor, though he called himself the janitor because he enjoyed making people correct him. He wore a Steelers hoodie with white paint on the sleeves, jeans with a torn knee, and a tool belt that sagged on his left hip like it had grown there. Eddie had worked on half the empty buildings downtown at one time or another. He knew which elevators lied about being inspected and which basements flooded when the Monongahela got moody. He also had the loose, easy confidence of a man who had survived multiple layoffs, one divorce, and a table saw accident that took the tip of his ring finger. "Old air," Eddie said. "That's good. Put that on the brochure. Luxury lofts with authentic old air." Claire did not smile. "How much longer?" I eased the drill back and shut it off. The sudden absence of the motor left the basement noises exposed. Water ticking somewhere in a pipe, the long fluorescent buzz overhead, a soft electrical pop from the extension cord whenever the compressor kicked on. Above us, traffic rolled over Liberty Avenue in waves, tires hissing on damp pavement. "Depends on whether your mystery door wants to cooperate," I said. The vault stood at the back of the basement, behind an iron security gate that Eddie had cut free that morning. The door itself was about 7 feet tall and 4 feet wide, black paint scabbed with rust along the edges, with a round handle in the center, and a brass manufacturer's plate so tarnished you had to lean close to read it. Mosler Safe Company, Hamilton, Ohio. The kind of door built when people expected steel to outlive their grandchildren. It had no keypad, no electronics, no convenient override, just a dial, a time lock casing, and a wheel pack that had likely been sleeping since the early 1970s. A beautiful piece of machinery, if you ignored the smell. The job should have been simple in the way complicated locksmith jobs are simple. Inspect, scope where possible, manipulate if feasible, drill if not, open, repair, invoice. Claire had found no combination in the building records. Bank that once owned the building had been eaten by another bank, which had been eaten by another. And the final surviving records department sent her a scanned letter that might as well have said, "Good luck with your haunted basement." I do not believe in haunted basements. I believe in poor maintenance, bad wiring, asbestos, squatters, faulty memories, and raccoons where raccoons should not be. That matters because I have a flaw people mistake for professionalism. I do not like admitting when I am uneasy. I was raised by a father who could open a safe by touch while carrying on a conversation about baseball. And he taught me that fear was useful only if you turned it into procedure. Check the hinges. Check the floor. Check the air. Keep your hands steady. The problem is, I learned the second half better than the first. I can be standing in the middle of something bad and still tell myself it is just another lock. My phone buzzed against the folding table where I had laid out my tools. The screen lit with a text from my daughter Hannah. "Did you remember my violin thing is at 7? I wiped metal dust from my fingers with a rag before answering. "Yes, I'll be there." 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. "You said that last time." I stared at the message a second longer than I needed to. My daughter Hannah Mercer, 14, female, was not present in that basement, but she had a way of standing in every room I occupied. She lived with her mother in Dormont during the week, and with me every other weekend, which was a tidy way of saying I had been part-time in my own family for 3 years. The last recital I missed had not been because of a vault. It had been a Subaru in Squirrel Hill, a frozen wafer lock, and my own inability to say no to one more emergency call. Hannah had played second chair that night. Her mother had sent me a video. I had watched it in my van, parked under a gas station canopy, with my hands still numb from the cold. I typed, erased, typed again. I'm finishing a job downtown. I'll make it, promise. Claire cleared her throat. Family, she asked. Client, I lied, pocketing the phone. Eddie noticed. He had the good manners not to say anything. The bit had punched through the hard plate 20 minutes earlier, and I had a borescope feeding grainy light into the lock body. My small monitor showed a cramped interior world of brass wheels, shadows, and the tip of my probe nudging carefully between parts. The vault door was stubborn, but not impossible. There is comfort in mechanical stubbornness. A lock can be rude, but it cannot hate you. At least, that is the kind of sentence I used to believe without effort. A tiny sound came from inside the vault. Not a bang, not a voice, a scrape. I froze with one hand on the scope. Claire heard it too. Her head turned toward the door. Eddie stopped mid-cough. The scrape came again, faint and dry, like a fingernail dragged once across the far side of a wall. Was that you? Claire asked. My hands are right here, I said. Eddie took 2 steps closer to the vault, then stopped, as if he had reached an invisible line. Could be settling. Steel doesn't settle like that, Claire said. Concrete does. Pipes do. Rats do. Eddie said the last one with more confidence, grateful for the word. You got a space been shut up this long. You'll hear all kinds of nonsense once you start messing with it. I wanted to agree. I did agree, mostly. Old buildings make old building noises. Rodents nest in places no blueprint admits exist. Vibrations travel strangely through steel. Still, my hand had tightened around the scope cable hard enough that the rubber bit into my palm. Could be something shifted when I drilled, I said. Internal plate, debris, whatever's behind the door. Claire looked at me. Whatever's behind the door. Shelving, boxes, old records. A bank vault wasn't usually an empty closet. Her eyes flicked toward the seam, where that warm metallic smell continued to leak in lazy little breaths. Right, she said, records. We all stood there a beat too long. Then my monitor flickered. The image from inside the lock jumped, dissolved into gray static, came back upside down, then steadied. The fluorescent light above us gave a sympathetic buzz. My work lamp dimmed for half a second and returned with a brittle click. Power's been doing that all week, Eddie said quickly. Claire rounded on him. You told me the electrician fixed it. I told you the electrician looked at it. Different sentence. Eddie, what do you want me to say? It's an old building. Half the panels down here are labeled in handwriting from when Nixon was in office. I tapped the monitor. The picture held. Wheel pack was visible again, my drill point clean, the gate just where I expected it. Nothing mystical, nothing alive, just brass and shadow. Give me 10 quiet minutes, I said. Then we can all go upstairs and complain in better lighting. That almost worked. Work often does. Procedure makes a narrow hallway through fear, and if you keep your eyes on the next step, you can ignore the dark rooms on either side. I adjusted the scope. Read the contact points. Used a thin punch to nudge the lever nose. The drill rig vibrated softly against the door, not running now, just mounted there like a mechanical insect. I felt the lock through my fingertips more than heard it. The tiny shift of pressure, the click of parts no one had touched in decades. Claire paced behind me, her boots making dull scuffs in the concrete dust. "Do you need me to stop moving?" she asked. "No, I can stop. You stopping will be louder than you walking." Eddie snorted. For a few minutes, it became ordinary again. That was the strangest part. Eddie found an old milk crate and sat on it. Claire answered an email with one thumb. I worked the lock. Somewhere overhead, a truck backed up with 3 distant beeps. Water ticked in the pipe. The smell faded until I could pretend I had imagined its worst edges. Then the dial moved under my hand. Only a little, a 1/4 inch at most. But I was not turning it. I pulled back so fast my elbow hit the folding table. A tray of bits jumped and scattered bright metal rolling across the concrete in tiny ringing arcs. "Jesus," Eddie said, standing. Claire dropped her phone. It hit the floor flat, screen down. I stared at the dial. It sat still. "What happened?" Claire asked. I did not answer right away. The honest answer was too stupid to say out loud. I had spent half my life with my fingers on locks. I knew the difference between slippage, spring pressure, and a dial moving because a person had touched it. "It shifted," I said. "Shifted how?" "Like there was tension in the mechanism." Eddie swallowed. His Adam's apple moved above the stretched collar of his hoodie. "You mean because you drilled it?" "Maybe." Claire bent for her phone, checked the screen for cracks, and found something else to be angry about because anger was easier to manage than the alternative. "Maybe is not comforting, Daniel." "No," I said. "It is." I leaned close to the door, not touching it now. The Mosler plate reflected my work light in a dull smear. Along the outer seam, where door met frame, the old paint had cracked into jagged islands. A bead of moisture clung near the bottom edge. Condensation, probably. Basement sweat. I put my ear near the steel. "Don't," Claire said. I did anyway. At first, I heard only my own breathing. Then the building. Then a faint, irregular sound from within the vault. Tick, pause, tick, tick, pause, scrape. I stepped back. Eddie had gone pale in a blotchy way, red fading unevenly from his cheeks. "That's pipes." "There are no pipes in the vault," Claire said. "You don't know that. I have the drawings." "You have drawings for a building that's been renovated 6 times by men who thought permits were suggestions." Their voices rose, bounced off the low ceiling, and came back thinner. "Enough," I said. They both looked at me, and I hated that I sounded like my father. I picked up my flashlight and crouched near the base of the vault. There was a ventilation grill low on the adjacent wall, not part of the vault itself, but close enough that I wanted to check it. The screws were rusted soft. Dust clotted the slats. I shined the beam through and saw a narrow utility chase clogged with old cable brick flakes and what looked like a shredded plastic bag. No eyes, no nest, no obvious explanation. My phone buzzed again. I ignored it. The dial did not move. The smell thickened. Claire hugged her blazer tighter around herself. "Should we call someone?" "Who?" Eddie asked. "Cops, fire department." "Hi, we got an old safe making rat noises. If there is someone in there, there is not someone in there," Eddie said, too loudly. The words slapped against the steel and seemed to fall flat. I understood why he said it. Because if there was someone inside, then everything became impossible. A person cannot live sealed in a bank vault for 20 years. A person cannot scratch from inside a door with no air, no water, no way in. Even a recent trespasser made no sense unless there was another entrance. And if there was another entrance, we would not have been spending my afternoon defeating a Mosler lock. But there are ways for a vault to become a room without being opened. That thought arrived fully formed and unwelcome. Old utility access, floor hatch, wall breach from an adjacent building. A homeless person finding a way into a forgotten space. A kid, an animal, a criminal stash with something still moving in it. Real possibilities, bad ones. Claire, I said, when was the last time anyone checked the rooms on the other side of this wall? She frowned. There aren't rooms on the other side. That's the foundation wall, according to the drawings. According to the drawings, yes. Eddie rubbed the back of his neck. There used to be a tunnel, Claire turned. What? Not a tunnel. Steam access. Maybe. People say all these old buildings had connections. Most got filled in. Some didn't. You never mentioned that. You never asked me to recite ghost stories from retired plumbers. This is not funny. I'm not laughing. The vault gave another sound. 3 light taps, not random, not settling. Tap, tap, tap. Claire stepped backward and nearly tripped over the extension cord. I felt an old, familiar pressure in my chest, the one I get in tight crawl spaces and stalled elevators, and once, years ago, inside a gun safe I had climbed halfway into because I was younger and dumber, and sure I could reach a jammed relocker by hand. The door had shifted behind me, not closed, just shifted. Enough that for 3 seconds I understood how little space a body needs before the mind starts clawing at itself. Private fear is a dramatic phrase. Mine is simple. I hate being trapped. I hate the moment an exit stops being guaranteed. So of course I became a locksmith, because life has a sense of humor and fathers have expectations. My phone buzzed again. This time I looked. Dad. 1 word, worse than a paragraph. I stared at it, then at the vault, then at the time. 5:23 p.m. If I left in the next half hour, I could still make Hannah's recital. If I stayed, I might open a door that suddenly felt less like a job and more like a decision. Claire must have seen something change in my face. You can open it, right? She asked. That was always the plan. I mean now. I looked at the drill hole, the scope, the old dial. I was close. Maybe 10 minutes, maybe 30. The lock was nearly defeated, but there was a difference between opening a vault because a developer wanted square footage and opening one because something inside had answered us. We should ventilate the basement, I said. Get fire down here with a gas meter before anyone stands in front of that door when it opens. Claire's face tightened. That becomes a report. Yes, a report becomes a work stoppage. Maybe, Daniel, I'm not opening an unknown sealed space with a strange odor and possible movement inside without checking air quality. Eddie nodded fast, grateful to have safety vocabulary between himself and the steel. He's right. Could be methane. Carbon monoxide. Hell, low oxygen. You open that thing and we all take a nap. Claire looked at the vault, then toward the stairs, then at her phone. I could almost see the math in her head: investors, permits, deadlines, liability, headlines. Woman found dead in luxury redevelopment was worse than delayed inspection. So was 3 workers poisoned in former bank basement. The vault tapped again. Once, soft, patient. Claire flinched, and this time she did not hide it. "Call fire," I said. She did not move. "Claire," her jaw worked. "If we call fire and it's nothing, I have to explain why emergency services were sent to a construction site because we heard a noise." "If we don't call and it's something," Eddie said, "you get to explain that too." The basement seemed to contract around us. The fluorescent light buzzed harder. My scattered drill bits lay across the concrete like little silver teeth. The vault waited with its round black handle and its old brass nameplate, and that hairline seemed breathing out warm metal and damp. My daughter's message sat unanswered on my phone. Claire picked up hers. She unlocked it, thumb hovering. Then she looked at me and said very quietly, "Can you open it just enough to see?" I almost laughed. Not because it was funny, because that is how bad choices usually enter the room. Not with screaming, not with madness, with a reasonable compromise spoken in a steady voice. "Just enough to see." Eddie said, "No." Claire ignored him. "Not all the way. You said you were close. Crack it, we check with a flashlight. And if there's anything actually dangerous, I call whoever you want." The vault made no sound. I thought of Hannah tuning her violin, checking the audience from behind a curtain, looking for a face she had already learned not to count on. I thought of my father's hands guiding mine on an old practice lock. Fear is useful if you turn it into procedure. And I thought of the scrape from inside the vault, dry and deliberate, like something testing how much steel remained between us. I picked up the scope cable. Eddie whispered, "Dan." Claire held her phone in one hand, not dialing, not yet. The choice sat there among the dust and buzzing lights. Stop, call it in, lose the job, maybe do the responsible thing, or finish the opening, just enough to know whether the thing behind that door was danger, money, evidence, or nothing at all. I put my hand on the dial. It was warm, not hot, not impossible, just warm enough that I could not pretend it was the basement air. And I turned it. The dial turned too easily. That was the first thing I knew I would lie about later. Not to police, not exactly, but to myself in small edits and careful omissions. I would tell myself the lock had already been compromised by age, drilling, vibration. I would tell myself any old vault could hold tension in its wheel pack, and then give all at once if you happened to touch it right. I would tell myself warmth traveled through metal in strange ways in a basement full of bad wiring and old pipes. But the truth was simpler. The vault wanted to open. The last number settled under the index mark with a greasy little click. I felt more than heard, and the handle gave a quarter inch beneath my palm. Behind me, Claire Novick stopped breathing for a second. Eddie Shaw muttered something that might have been a prayer or a curse. The fluorescent tube above us flickered, not dramatically, just enough to make the old Mossler plate blink dull gold and black. I stepped back. "Okay," I said. My voice sounded flat in the low ceiling. Lock S retracted. Claire's phone was still in her hand, screen awake, emergency keypad open, but untouched. "You said you weren't going to open it," Eddie said. "I said I wasn't going to open it without checking the air." I looked at the seam around the door. "Cracking it is not opening it." "Pretty sure that's exactly what people say right before they open something." Claire swallowed. "Can you control it? The door?" "Yes." That was not entirely true. A vault door that old could weigh thousands of pounds, and once the bolts were thrown, its hinges decided whether they wanted to behave. But I had opened enough heavy doors to know the rhythm. One hand on the handle, shoulder away from the swing, feet clear. Never stand where steel wants to go. I slipped 2 rubber door wedges from my kit and tossed one to Eddie. "When it gives, wedge the bottom. Do not put your fingers anywhere near the gap." Eddie caught it against his chest. "You think I was planning to pet it?" "Daniel," Claire said. I looked at her. "Just enough," she said. "You said you could do that." "No," I said. "You said that." For a moment, her professional mask slipped. Under it was a tired woman in a basement, with investors calling upstairs, and a thing behind a door making sounds it should not make. She looked younger, then older, then angry again, because anger fit better. "Fine," she said. I said it, just enough. I set my left hand on the handle and pulled. At first, nothing moved. The door held with that stubborn grip old rubber seals get after years pressed tight. Then there was a soft tearing sound, like tape peeling off cardboard in slow motion, and the smell came out stronger. Warm coins, wet cloth, something chemical under it, sharp enough to pinch the back of my nose. "Stop," Eddie said immediately. I had already stopped. A black line showed between the vault door and frame, maybe half an inch wide at shoulder height, less near the floor. Air slid out through it in a thin, steady ribbon. It touched my face and left a dampness on my upper lip. Claire covered her mouth with the sleeve of her blazer. "What is that?" she asked. "Not old air," Eddie said. I reached into my kit for my little 4-gas meter. I usually carried it for commercial jobs in basements, elevator rooms, and abandoned properties, where a locksmith could accidentally become the first idiot to discover low oxygen. It was not fancy, but it could read oxygen, carbon monoxide, hydrogen sulfide, and combustible gas. The kind of tool you hope sits unused forever. I powered it on. Nothing. The screen stayed black. "You've got to be kidding me," I said. Eddie gave me a look. "Battery. It was charged. Everything's charged until it is." I slapped the side with my palm. The meter chirped once, showed half a logo, then died again. Claire's voice sharpened. "So we call fire now?" "Yes," I said. She tapped her phone. No call went out. She stared at the screen, tapped again. No signal. Eddie pulled his own phone from his hoodie. "Basement eats bars. Always has." "Mine worked 5 minutes ago," Claire said. "You were texting on Wi-Fi upstairs, probably." I was not. She lifted the phone higher, as though there might be better reception near the moldy ceiling tile. 1 bar. No, nothing. My phone had no service either. That was the time-sensitive problem, though none of us said it cleanly yet. He had opened a sealed vault enough to let unknown air into the basement. Our gas meter had failed. We had no cell signal, and the old building's power was already flickering. We needed to get upstairs, get reception, call the fire department, and keep everyone else out of the basement until somebody with proper equipment told us we were not breathing poison. Simple procedure. Fear into procedure. I wedged the door exactly where it was and stepped away. We're done for now. Everybody upstairs. Claire looked at the gap. Her eyes tracked along it like she expected to see movement. Should we close it? No, I said. No. If there's pressure, I don't want to reseal it. If there's bad air, it's already venting. We need the basement cleared and the fire department down here with meters. Eddie grabbed the extension cord from the floor. I'll shut off the work light. Leave it, I said. Nobody trips on the way out. We started toward the stairs. We made it 12 feet before the lights went out. Not all at once. First, the fluorescence dimmed to a jaundiced hum. Then my work lamp clicked twice, bright white to weak yellow to nothing. The compressor gave a final tired knock and stopped. In the dark, the vault seam became invisible, but the smell remained thicker now without light to argue against it. Claire said, Eddie. Yeah, he said, already moving. Panel. Don't split up, I said. It's 10 feet. I said, don't split up. My voice came out harder than I meant. Both of them paused. I hated that pause. I could feel my own fear in it, not because of the dark exactly, but because the darkness changed the shape of the basement. The stairs were behind us, yes, but I could no longer see them. The exit existed as a memory, and memory is not enough when concrete walls are pressing close and a steel door is breathing behind you. I clicked on my flashlight. The beam snapped across Eddie's face, then Claire's, then the floor, where my drill bits glittered like fish scales in dust. I forced myself to slow down. Stairs, I said. Now, panel can wait. Eddie did not argue this time. We moved together. Claire first, then Eddie, then me with the flashlight sweeping low so we could see cords, tools, broken tile, the old trench drain running along the wall. Halfway to the stairwell, a sound came from the vault. Not tapping. A cough. Wet, muffled, and unmistakably human. Claire stopped so abruptly, Eddie nearly walked into her. No, Eddie whispered. The cough came again, weaker this time, followed by a scraping drag against metal from inside. Claire turned toward the vault door. I grabbed her sleeve. Stairs. There's someone in there. We don't know that. That was a person. It could be sound traveling through the chase. Daniel, Claire, if that air is toxic, we are no good to anyone passed out on the floor. The words were sensible. I believed them. I also heard the cough again and felt something inside me split against itself. Because there is a particular cruelty to being a locksmith. People call you when a barrier is the problem. A toddler locked in a car. An old man locked out in January. A woman whispering through a bathroom door while her boyfriend pounds on the other side. You learn to move fast when there is a person behind the lock. And now, there might be one. Behind my lock, my phone buzzed in my pocket. Not a network notification. An alarm. 5:30 p.m. I had set it that morning to leave for Hannah's recital. The sound was absurdly cheerful in the dark. Claire looked at me, and I could tell she heard it too. You need to go, she asked. The question was not kind. It was not cruel either. It was just another piece of pressure laid on the floor between us. I silenced the alarm. There may be someone in the vault, she said. So tell me what we do. Eddie's voice came thin. We go upstairs. Call 911. Tell them possible trapped person, possible hazardous atmosphere. "And wait," Claire said. "Yes," Eddie snapped. "That is literally what emergency services are for. What if the person can't wait? What if we open it and kill them faster?" That landed. Even Claire had no answer. I turned my flashlight back toward the vault. The gap was a black vertical line at the far end of the basement. From here, the door looked slightly ajar and perfectly still. No hand pushed through. No eye showed. Nothing reached for us. The cough did not repeat. "Listen to me," I said. "We go up. We call. We also open the loading door and get fresh air moving down the stairs. Eddie, you find the breaker if it's on the way, not if it means going deeper. Claire, you tell anyone upstairs to stay out of the basement." "There's nobody upstairs," she said. "Contractors left at 4. Security," she hesitated. Eddie looked at her. "Claire, I sent Martin to pick up permit copies from the trailer." "When?" "Maybe 20 minutes ago. Maybe. I don't know." "Around when Daniel started drilling." Eddie swore softly. "Who is Martin?" I asked. "Martin Vale, 24, male," Claire said, too fast, as if turning him into a line item made the situation more controllable. "Assistant site coordinator. He's been helping inventory fixtures. Is he in the building? He should be upstairs. Should be. I don't track his every breath, Daniel." Another sound came from the direction of the vault. Not from inside this time. From the wall beside it. A faint metallic clink, then a sliding scrape somewhere behind the concrete blocks. Like a chain being pulled through a narrow space. Eddie raised the wedge in his hand without seeming to realize he still had it. "That chase," I said. He nodded once. "Could run behind the vault. You said steam access." I said maybe. "Where does it come out? Old sub-basement, maybe. Or next building. Or nowhere. I don't know." Claire's face had gone very still. Martin was checking the sub-basement. "When did that become part of the job?" Eddie asked. He wanted measurements of the old storage bays. "You let a kid go alone into the sub-basement of this place. He's not a kid. He's 24 and wears white sneakers on construction sites." "Enough," I said, because we finally had it. A grounded explanation that made everything worse. A person could be behind the vault without being inside the vault. Person could have entered through an undocumented utility passage, gotten hurt, gotten trapped against the back of the vault wall, and been making sounds through steel and brick. A person named Martin, who might have no idea that the air around him was bad, or that 3 people 15 feet away were arguing themselves into delay. Claire lifted her phone again. No service. Her hand trembled once, then steadied. "We need to find him." "We need to call rescue," Eddie said. "Both," I said. "Upstairs first." We hurried. The stairwell door was a heavy fire door at the end of a short corridor. It should have opened into a narrow flight up to the lobby. Eddie reached it first and pulled. It did not move. He yanked harder. The metal handle rattled. "You've got to be joking," he said. I pushed past him and tried it myself. The latch moved, but the door held fast as if something on the other side was jammed against it. "Is it locked?" Claire asked. "No." "Then why isn't it opening?" I put my shoulder into it. The door gave a fraction, then banged against something solid. Dust fell from the frame. Eddie aimed my flashlight through the little wired glass window. The beam lit a tilted sheet of plywood, a stack of drywall, and the metal edge of a rolling scaffold pressed tight across the landing. Claire stared. That wasn't there. Eddie's mouth tightened. Contractors. They left the stairwell blocked. They leave ladders in front of fire exits if nobody yells loud enough. I tried the door again. Same hard stop. The gap was maybe 2 inches, not enough to squeeze through, not enough to move the obstruction with our hands. Other stairs, I asked. Back stairs through the old records room, Eddie said. Other side of the basement, past the vault. He did not answer, which was answer enough. The smell reached us there too, threading down the corridor. The chemical edge was stronger now. My head had started to ache behind my right eye. That might have been stress. It might have been air. Elevator, Claire asked. No power, Eddie said. Exterior hatch. Chained from outside unless someone cut it. Can we cut it? My grinder's upstairs. Claire laughed once, sharp and humorless. Of course it is. I crouched near the fire door and shined the flashlight through the gap. The plywood sheet had fallen diagonally across the landing, wedged under the scaffold wheel. Behind it, higher up, I could see gray daylight from the lobby windows. It looked impossibly close. Fresh air. Signal. Help. 2 inches away. I took out my pry bar. Eddie saw it and shook his head. You'll never move all that from this side. I don't need all of it, just enough. I worked the bar through the gap and caught the edge of the plywood. It flexed. The scaffold squealed against tile upstairs, a nasty high sound that traveled down the stairwell. I pulled harder. The plywood cracked. A piece snapped free and dropped into the basement side of the door. The sudden gap let in a strip of colder air. Claire leaned toward it, phone raised. 1 bar. Call, I said. She tapped. The call failed. She tried again. Failed. Text 911, I said. Does Pittsburgh support that? Try. Her thumbs moved. Eddie watched the basement behind us, breathing through his mouth. Dan, I know. No, listen. I stopped prying. From beyond the corridor, somewhere back near the vault, came a sound like someone knocking from inside a wall. 5 knocks. A pause. 3 knocks. A pause. 5 knocks. Claire lowered the phone. That's not random, she said. Screen showed her unsent message. Possible trapped person basement Wexler, building Liberty of a hazardous air blocked exit send fire. Spinning circle. No delivery. My own head throbbed harder. I could feel sweat cooling under my collar. Backstairs, Eddie said. He sounded like he hated every word. We go to the back stairs. We get up, we call. Maybe we find Martin on the way. That means passing the vault, Claire said. Yes. And the utility chase. Yes. And whatever that smell is. Yes, Claire. I am aware of the basement layout because I am in the basement. A small disagreement. A stupid one. The kind that keeps people from crying. I put the pry bar away. The responsible choice had narrowed until it looked exactly like the dangerous one. We could stay by the blocked fire door, keep trying to pry our way through, while unknown air bled into the basement, and a possible injured man knocked from somewhere behind the walls. Or we could move deeper, past the vault I had opened just enough, toward the back stairs, the sub-basement access, and the noises. My daughter's recital would start in 90 minutes. That thought had no place here, but it came anyway. I pictured Hannah scanning the seats, then looking away before disappointment could settle properly on her face. I hated myself for picturing it, while someone might be trapped in a wall. I hated even more that part of me wanted to drop my tools, force the stair door until my shoulder tore, and climb out into the ordinary world where the worst thing waiting was a daughter who had learned to expect less. Claire's phone buzzed. All three of us looked down. The text had not delivered. A new message had come in instead, delayed from earlier, from Martin. Found old door below vault. It's locked from this side too. Need Claire. Timestamp. 5:11 p.m. 19 minutes ago. Claire whispered, "Oh God." Eddie took the phone from her without asking and stared at it, as if the words might rearrange themselves into something better. Then, a second delayed message popped in. "Smells weird down here. Head hurts. Someone else is here." No one spoke. A heavy metallic bang rolled through the basement from the direction of the vault. The wedge I had placed under the door skittered across the concrete and came to rest in the flashlight beam. The vault door had opened another inch. Not much. Just enough to make the black line wider. Just enough that whatever air was behind it began moving faster. And from somewhere beyond that widening gap, faint but clear, a man started shouting Claire's name. The shout came through the vault like it had been dragged over gravel. Claire, not loud enough to be close, not clean enough to be safe. It reached us bent and muffled, squeezed through old steel, brick, and whatever forgotten spaces lay behind the Wexler building's basement walls. Claire moved first. I caught her by the back of her blazer before she made it 3 steps. "Don't run toward it," I said. "That's Martin." "I know. That's Martin." I heard him. She twisted hard enough that the seam in her blazer popped under my fingers. For half a second, I thought she might slap me. Instead, she pointed toward the vault with her phone still clutched in her hand, her knuckles white around the dead screen. "He's down there, because I sent him down there." Eddie Shaw stood near the blocked stair door, flashlight trembling in his grip now that I had handed it to him. The beam jumped along the floor, over broken plaster, the trench drain, my scattered bits, and the dark hallway leading back toward the vault. Behind us was the blocked main stair. Ahead was the vault room, the old records corridor, the rear stairs, and somewhere below or behind that, Martin Vale. The building made small, settling noises around us. Pipes ticked. Something dripped steadily into the trench drain. The vault door, now open a few inches, breathed out air that tasted like wet pennies and cleaning solvent. "We do this in order," I said. "Back stairs first. Get out, call fire, tell them Martin's location." Claire shook her head. "He's calling for me." People with head injuries call for familiar voices. Doesn't mean you can reach him from here. You don't know he has a head injury. No. But he said his head hurts, the air smells wrong, and now he's shouting through walls. Eddie said, "Dan's right. We get out. We don't play rescue squad." Claire turned on him. "You said the back stairs are past the vault." "Yeah, so we go past the vault." "Together," I said. That was the first attempt. Reach the back stairs. The Wexler basement was shaped like a crooked capital. The main stairwell and lobby access sat at the short end where we were trapped behind the blocked fire door. Vault room was at the inside corner of the L, set back behind the iron gate Eddie had cut earlier. Past it, a narrow corridor ran east under the building, lined with old records rooms and mechanical closets. At the far end, Eddie said, a rear stair climbed up to a side exit near the alley. Somewhere below that corridor was a sub-basement, accessible by an old service stair near the records room. Martin had gone that way, or thought he had. We moved in single file. Eddie led with the flashlight. Claire stayed behind him. I brought up the rear with my tool bag slung across one shoulder and my pry bar in my right hand, though I knew exactly how little help a pry bar would be against bad air. The vault room opened on our left as we passed. I tried not to look. I looked anyway. The door was open wider than before, maybe 4 inches now. The rubber wedge lay on the floor where it had skittered. My drill rig still clung to the black steel face, absurdly neat against the wrongness of the room. The gap showed nothing but black. Not movie black, real black, thick, unhelpful, broken only where Eddie's flashlight grazed the inner edge of the door. The scratches were visible then, not inside the vault yet, not clearly, just pale marks along the inner lip of the door where the light caught them through the gap, clustered near waist height, thin and frantic looking. At first my brain gave me every ordinary explanation it could find. Tool marks, old damage, shelving scraped during installation. Then Eddie's beam slipped, came back, and I saw some of the lines curved downward in groups of 4. Claire saw them too. She made a small sound. "Keep moving," I said. "Daniel, keep moving." We did. The air worsened past the vault. It sat heavier in the east corridor, trapped under a lower ceiling where foam panels had been glued up decades ago and now hung in sagging strips. Old metal shelving lined the first records room on the right. Cardboard boxes had collapsed into themselves, spilling water-warped folders and curled payroll ledgers across the floor. The flashlight showed footprints in the dust, our boot prints from earlier, Eddie's wide tread, Claire's narrower sole, and another set of fresh tracks leading deeper. White sneaker prints, Martin. Claire crouched beside one. "He came this way." "Don't touch the floor," Eddie said. "There's glass." "I can see glass." "Then don't touch it." She stood too fast and swayed. I reached for her elbow. She pulled away, more out of embarrassment than anger. "I'm fine. You're breathing too fast." "So are you." She was right. The rear stair door waited at the end of the corridor, just past a sign so faded it read "exit only if you already knew the word." Eddie grabbed the push bar. It moved. The door opened 3 inches and stopped. "Not again," Claire said. Eddie put his shoulder into it. Metal scraped on concrete from the other side. "Something's wedged," he grunted. I leaned past him with the flashlight. The beam found the problem through the crack. The stairwell beyond had flooded at some point, maybe repeatedly, and a rusted metal cabinet had tipped forward from the landing. It pinned the door near the bottom. Beyond the cabinet, the stairs rose into darkness. "Can we squeeze through?" Claire asked. "Maybe a kid could," Eddie said. I was already on my knees, probing the gap with the pry bar. I caught the cabinet's edge and pulled. It shifted a fraction with a wet, grinding sound. Something inside it sloshed. "Again," Eddie said. We both leaned into the pry bar. My shoulder burned. The bar slipped, slammed back, and clipped my left thumb against the door frame. Pain flashed up my arm, bright and mean. I bit down on a curse and tucked the hand against my chest. Claire said, "You're bleeding." "Thumbs do that. It's bad." I flexed it. Pain answered. The nail had split near the edge, and blood welled dark in the cuticle. Not serious, just enough to make every grip worse. Eddie tried the bar next. He braced one boot against the frame and pulled until his face went red. The cabinet groaned, moved half an inch, then settled harder into place. From the corridor behind us came another shout. This one was not a name. "Help," Claire jerked away from the stair door. Eddie slammed his palm against the push bar. "Damn it, Martin," Claire shouted. Her voice flew down the corridor and disappeared. A response came back, faint and warped. "Claire, where are you?" Static silence. Then, "Below." Door stuck, the last word dissolved into coughing. Claire pressed both hands over her mouth, then forced them down. "We have to go to him." "We have to get out," Eddie said. "The back stair is blocked." "Then we unblock it." "With what? Your personality?" "Hey, enough," I said, though my own nerves were starting to fray into sharp little wires. "This attempt is done. We're not moving that cabinet from this side fast enough." Eddie hated that, but he knew it was true. New fact: Martin was alive below us, behind some door, and coughing. New trap: both known exits were blocked. The air was getting worse, and the route deeper now seemed like the only route that might also lead to him. That was how buildings killed people, I thought. Not by one dramatic failure, by taking away options one at a time until the worst idea became the next step. The second attempt was to reach the exterior hatch. Eddie remembered it while wrapping a rag around my thumb from his tool belt. "Chute," he said. "What coal chute?" Claire asked. "Old delivery hatch, southwest corner near the boiler pit. We used it to run demo debris out last month until Claire's safety guy yelled at us." "My safety guy yelled because you were tossing bricks into an alley without a spotter." "Still a hatch." "Where?" Eddie pointed back the way we had come, then angled his hand. "Past the vault, opposite side. Little room behind the old boiler base. Chain outside, but the frame's rotten. Maybe we can kick it loose." I pictured the basement map. Back past the vault room, across the main area, through a low service opening near the west wall. If the hatch opened, we'd be in the alley or at least close enough for signal. If it didn't, we'd waste minutes and breath. "Try it," I said. Claire looked down the east corridor toward Martin's voice. I lowered my voice. "We can't get him out if we can't call anyone." She nodded once, but her eyes stayed wet and furious. We retraced our path. Passing the vault the second time was worse. It was open 6 inches now. No one had touched it. The steel door had either settled on its hinges, or something about the pressure behind it was easing it outward. I wanted to shove it closed. I wanted to run. Instead, I kept walking. The coal chute room was barely a room, more like a brick pocket behind the remains of an old boiler pad. Eddie had to duck through first. Claire followed, coughing into her sleeve. I came last, and the low lintel scraped my shoulder through my work jacket. The hatch was above waist height, a rectangle of rusted metal set into the wall at an angle. Faint gray light showed around its edges. Real daylight. The sight of it hit me harder than I expected. Eddie climbed onto the boiler base and shoved. Nothing. He turned and kicked with his heel. The hatch boomed, and dust sifted down from the brick joints. Outside, the chain rattled. "That's good," he said. "Chain's loose." He kicked again. The hatch opened a finger width, then snapped shut. Claire raised her phone toward the crack. "I've got a bar." "Call," she tried, failed, tried again. This time the call connected. For one clean second, I heard a dispatcher's voice, tinny and far away. 911, what is the address of your emergency? Claire shouted. Wexler Building, Liberty Avenue, downtown Pittsburgh, basement. We have a trapped. The hatch slammed inward. All three of us flinched. A face appeared in the crack. Pale, distorted by the angle, one eye wide in the gray light. Claire screamed. Eddie lost his footing on the boiler base and crashed down hard on his hip. I swung the pry bar before my brain caught up, stopping inches from the hatch. The face jerked back. A voice outside shouted, Jesus Christ. Don't hit me, human, angry, young. Who's there? I shouted. It's Nate, from Miller Electric. Claire was breathing in sharp little bursts. Oh my God. Nate Barlow, 29, male, an electrician subcontractor from Miller Electric, had been outside in the alley checking temporary service after the power failure. We could not see all of him, only part of his face and the brim of a ball cap through the gap. The terrifying eye in the crack became, with 2 more seconds of sense, a man crouched by a chained hatch trying to see why people were yelling underneath the sidewalk. Misdirection. Explainable. Still enough to leave my hands shaking. Nate, Claire said, rushing the words. Call 911. We're trapped in the basement. Martin may be trapped below. There may be bad air. What? Call 911. My phone's in the truck. Then get it. He disappeared. The crack of daylight remained. For 1 second, hope returned like a lungful of cold air. Then the hatch settled shut. We waited. 5 seconds. 10. 20. Nate, Eddie yelled. No answer. From somewhere outside came the faint blare of a car horn, then a truck engine turning over, then nothing we could use. Claire tried her phone again. No service. He's calling, she said, though she sounded like she was trying to convince herself. Maybe, Eddie said. Don't say maybe. He might be calling. I climbed onto the boiler base. My thumb throbbed under the rag. I shoved my shoulder against the hatch and got it open a sliver again. The chain outside held it tight. Nate, I yelled through the gap. Distantly from the alley, someone shouted back, but not words I could understand. Then came a metallic crash from above and a sharp electrical pop. The gray daylight vanished, not completely, but something had fallen or shifted outside the hatch, blocking most of the crack. Eddie whispered, the temporary service rack. What? That pop. If the temp panel fell, Allie might be hot. Hot as in live electrical, Claire asked. Yeah, because that's exactly what we needed. The second attempt ended there. Partial contact, no confirmed call, hatch blocked, possible live electrical hazard outside. New fact, someone outside knew we were down here, but we had no way to know if help had been called. New trap, even the daylight exit might now be dangerous or unusable. Then Martin screamed. Not shouted, screamed. It came from beneath the floor, from the east side, from under the corridor we had just left. Claire ran before either of us could stop her. Claire, I yelled, ducked out of the coal chute room, and sprinted toward the vault. Eddie tried to get up and nearly fell. My hip, can you walk? I can complain and walk. Do both later, we chased her. The basement had changed again in the dark. My flashlight beam bounced with my stride, turning familiar shapes into fragments. The iron gate, the folding table, the vault door open now at least 8 inches. Claire's blazer flashing navy as she passed it, the black seam beyond her. Don't go near that door, I shouted. She ignored me. Martin screamed again, then coughed until the sound broke. Claire followed his voice into the east corridor, past the records room, past the blocked rear stair, to a narrow service door half hidden behind leaning shelves. I had not noticed it before because the shelves had been shoved in front of it. Martin's sneaker prints led straight there. The door was steel, painted the same dull beige as the wall, with a lever handle and a deadbolt above it. A hand-lettered sign read sublevel authorized only, the marker faded brown with age. Claire grabbed the lever. Locked, she pounded on the door. Martin, from the other side, very close now, came a dragging sound, then a thump. Claire, Martin's voice was shredded. "I'm here," she said. "I'm here, we're going to get you out." "Don't open," he coughed, hard enough that I heard wetness in it. "Don't open the vault." Claire looked at me. Eddie caught up, limping, one hand pressed to his hip. I called, leaning close to the service door. "This is Daniel. Are you injured?" A pause. My leg, door shut. "I can't. There's another." Static. No, breathing, not his. I heard it through the steel, slow. Nearby, Claire whispered, "Martin, who's with you?" No answer. Then something hit the service door from the other side with enough force to rattle the shelves. Claire stumbled back. Eddie grabbed her shoulder and pulled her away. I put my flashlight on the lock. "Stand clear." "What are you doing?" Eddie asked. "Opening it. You just told us not to go deeper." That was before Martin was on the other side of this door. "That's exactly why we don't." Another hit. Weaker this time. Then Martin moaned. The lock was an old commercial deadbolt, not a vault, not elegant. My hands knew it even with my thumb pulsing and my head aching. I took out a tension wrench and pick, then stopped. The keyway was scratched bright around the plug. Fresh marks. Someone had already tried to pick it from our side, or lock it. "Claire," I said, "who has keys to this?" "Me, Eddie." Martin had a ring for inventory. "Anyone else?" "Contractors, security." "I don't know." Wrong answer. I know it's the wrong answer. The deadbolt turned under tension too quickly. Not picked cleanly. Damaged. I switched tools, used a bypass shim, cursed when it slipped because my thumb would not grip, then tried again. Behind us, the vault door creaked. Long and slow. Eddie turned the flashlight. The door had swung open another few inches. Wide enough now that the beam slipped inside and landed on the interior face. Scratches covered it. Not a few. Not old tool marks. Dozens, maybe hundreds, gouged into the inner steel around the handle area, overlapping in frantic arcs and straight cuts, some high, some low, some so deep they had raised curled lips of metal. At the bottom, near the threshold, something dark had dried in a smear that ran toward the drain channel. Claire stared. Eddie said, "Oh, Dan." The service door lock clicked open in my hand. At the same moment, the main basement lights burst back on. Every fluorescent tube ignited at once with a violent white flicker. For half a second, the whole corridor strobed. Claire's face, Eddie's raised arm, the scratched vault interior, my bleeding thumb, the steel service door, the leaning shelves. Then a fire alarm began to scream upstairs. Not in the basement, above us. Muffled but unmistakable. Nate had done something. Pulled an alarm. Called someone. Tripped something electrical. Help might be coming. I reached for the service door. Behind it, Martin whispered, "Lock it." I froze. Claire shook her head. "Martin, lock it," he said again. closer to the bottom of the door now, as if he had fallen. He has keys. Eddie stepped back. Who has keys? A shadow moved under the door, not Martin's. Too steady, too close. Then the vault room behind us gave a hard metallic shriek. The old door, finally free of its seal and wedges, swung open on its own weight until it slammed against the stop with a boom that shook dust from the ceiling. The corridor filled with the full smell of the vault, and the fire door at the far end of the east corridor, the blocked rear stair we had failed to open, clicked. Once, then slowly opened inward from the other side. A man's voice we did not recognize called down from the dark stairwell. "Claire, everybody stay where you are." Eddie lifted the flashlight with both hands. I looked from the unlocked service door in front of me to the open vault behind us, and the rear stair opening at the end of the corridor. 3 directions, no safe one. The point of no return was not dramatic. It was mechanical. The service door handle turned from the other side beneath my hand, and because I had already unlocked it, there was nothing left between us but my grip. I'll continue directly from the unlocked service door, keeping the threat human and the geography clear. Vault room behind them, rear stair ahead, sub-level door in Daniel's hand. Thought for a couple of seconds, the service door handle turned under my hand. For 1 second, all I did was hold it. That sounds braver than it was. It was not bravery. It was panic traveling through muscle. My palm locked around the lever. My injured thumb screamed inside Eddie's rag, and the old latch trembled between my fingers as someone on the other side tried to pull the door inward. "Daniel," Claire whispered. "Back up," I said. The man at the rear stair called again. "Claire," I said, "stay where you are." His voice had the practiced calm of someone used to being obeyed. Not loud, not rushed. That made it worse. Eddie lifted the flashlight toward the stairwell. The basement lights had steadied now, too bright after the dark, showing the rear door hanging open at the end of the corridor. A shape stood halfway down the stairs. Male, average height, dark jacket, hard hat. One hand on the railing, the other held low near his thigh. Not a firefighter, not Nate. Claire stared at him. "Who are you?" He stepped down 1 stair. "Put your hands where I can see them," I said. He smiled a little, like I had made a joke he appreciated. The service door jerked again. From behind it, Martin made a choked sound. "Don't," something struck him. Flesh against concrete. He cried out once and went quiet except for coughing. Claire lunged toward the door. I shoved her back with my shoulder. "No, he's hurt. Claire, move," the man on the rear stairs said. "Open the door, Dan." I hated hearing my name in his mouth. Eddie's flashlight shook. "How do you know his name?" The man stepped into full light. I recognized him then, though not from the basement. I had seen him upstairs that morning in the lobby, wearing a reflective vest and carrying a clipboard. One of the dozens of contractors passing through the building like ants through opened sugar. He had nodded at Claire. She had nodded back. "Russ," she said. Russell Keene, 47, male, was the site security supervisor hired by Haddon and Price for the Wexler redevelopment, though nobody had bothered introducing him to me before things got bad. He had close-cropped gray hair, a calm, weathered face, and a black windbreaker with a security company logo on the chest. At his belt was a ring heavy with keys. In his right hand was a compact pistol held close to his leg. Not aimed. Not yet. Claire looked at the gun and seemed to shrink inside her blazer. "Russ, what are you doing?" "Fixing a problem that should have stayed sealed," Eddie said. "Jesus Christ." Russ glanced at him. "Eddie, don't make noise." The fire alarm screamed above us, muffled through concrete and distance. It gave everything a pulsing rhythm. The corridor, our breathing, Martin's coughing behind the door, the old vault gaping open behind us. I could see inside it now. Not far, just the threshold, the inner wall, the scratches. The gouges around the inside handle had been made by metal, not fingernails. A tool, a belt buckle, maybe a key. Someone had worked at that door until their hands failed. At the bottom, the dark smear wasn't rust. Not all of it. Claire's voice cracked. "Is Martin in there?" Russ looked at her with something almost like pity. "Martin went where he was told not to go. I told him to check storage bays. You told him to inventory a building you didn't understand." Eddie shifted his weight. Russ raised the gun 2 inches. "Stay still." Eddie froze. I kept my grip on the service door. Whoever was on the other side had stopped pulling, but I could feel small vibrations through the metal. Movement, breathing, someone close. "Who's behind this door?" I asked. Russ looked at me. "A liability, that's a person. Sometimes those are the same thing." Claire shook her head slowly. "What did you do?" Russ sighed, like she had disappointed him by needing the obvious explained. "I secured an area that was supposed to be sealed until I could remove what was inside. Martin found the lower access. Then your locksmith opened the upper vault because no one here understands how to wait." I almost laughed then. Not because it was funny, because he was blaming me for opening a grave. "Who was in the vault?" I asked. Russ's face changed by a millimeter. There it was. Not guilt, exactly, recognition. Eddie saw it too. "Oh man," he said. "Russ." The service door rattled, softer this time. A voice behind it spoke, not Martin's. "Russ." Male, hoarse. Older, close to the floor. Russ's jaw tightened. Claire whispered, "Who is that?" No one answered. The voice came again. "Russ, please." Russ lifted the gun and pointed it at the service door. Everything narrowed. The old corridor, the alarm, the scratches, my bleeding thumb. The fact that my daughter's recital was now something happening in another universe where fathers sat in folding chairs and clapped on time. "Move away from the door," Russ said. "No," I said. The word surprised me. It surprised Russ too. He blinked once. "I'm serious, Dan." "So am I. Move." I did not. My private fear had followed me through every foot of that basement. The blocked stair, the chained hatch, the dark corridors, the vault breathing behind us. Being trapped was bad enough. But there was another version of trapped I had not thought about until then. A man on one side of a locked door, begging. Another man with keys, deciding whether he counted as human. I had spent my life opening doors because people needed out. I let Russ turn this one into a wall again. I would hear the scratches every time I closed my eyes. Russ's gaze flicked past me to Eddie and Claire. "You don't know what's down there. I know Martin is. Martin's alive because I haven't panicked. Don't make me panic." Claire took one step forward. "Russ, listen to yourself." "Claire, shut up." That snapped something in her, not loudly, She went still. Then she looked past Russ toward the open rear stair. "Emergency services are coming," she said. Russ's eyes moved, just slightly, toward the ceiling, the alarm, the imagined sirens not yet audible. It was enough. Eddie moved first. He did not charge Russ like a hero. He kicked the rusted cabinet that blocked the rear stair door from the basement side. The cabinet was still wedged in the stairwell, visible past Russ's legs, half tipped against the door frame. Eddie's boot hit the exposed corner with a hollow boom. The cabinet shifted down one stair. Russ turned toward the noise. I opened the service door. Not wide, just yanked. A body fell against it from the other side, forcing it inward, knocking me back into Claire. Martin spilled through the gap on one knee, coughing so hard his whole frame folded. He was pale, filthy, with blood running from his hairline into one eyebrow. His right leg dragged crookedly, the ankle swelling against the white sneaker he should never have worn. Behind him, a second man crawled in the dark. He was older than Russ, 60s maybe, thin to the point of illness, gray beard clotted with dust, one hand wrapped in a strip of fabric darkened by old blood. His eyes were open too wide, not wild in the horror movie way, but in the human way of someone who had spent too long expecting pain from every direction. Russ shouted, "Close it." He raised the gun. Claire threw her phone at him. It was not a good throw. Phones are not weapons. It hit his forearm, not his face, and bounced off with a crack. But the shot went wide. The gunshot in a concrete basement was not a bang. It was a physical blow. My ears closed. White dust burst from the wall beside the service door. Claire screamed, but I barely heard it. Martin dropped flat. The older man tried to crawl backward into the sublevel. I grabbed Martin under the arms. "Pull," I shouted, though I could not hear my own voice. Claire grabbed his belt. Eddie limped forward and swung the flashlight like a club. Russ fired again. The flashlight exploded in Eddie's hand. Darkness chopped across the corridor as the lens shattered, but the overhead fluorescence held. Eddie yelled and staggered back, clutching his wrist. Blood ran between his fingers. A shard of glass had cut him, or maybe the bullet had grazed him. I couldn't tell. Russ came down the last steps. The calm was gone. His face had tightened into something blunt and frightened. "Stop moving." No one stopped. Martin screamed when we dragged his injured leg over the threshold. The sound cut through my muffled hearing and went straight into my teeth. The older man remained half in, half out of the service doorway, one hand clawing at the concrete. "Help him," he rasped. Russ pointed the gun at him. "Leo, don't." The name landed hard. Leo Keene maybe, family then. Or someone close enough to use that tone. The vault was full of old scratches, but the living consequence had been kept below it. Claire looked from Russ to the older man. "That's your father." Russ did not answer. Leo laughed once, a dry, broken sound. Not anymore. Russ's face collapsed and hardened again in the same breath. "He was supposed to be dead," Eddie said, stunned. "Shut up," Russ snapped. It made sense in awful pieces. A security supervisor with keys. A sealed vault with evidence inside. An old lower access. A hidden person who knew enough to beg Russ by name. Not supernatural. Not impossible. just a family crime buried under a redevelopment schedule, disturbed by a 24-year-old with white sneakers and bad luck. The chemical smell thickened. My headache pulsed in time with my heartbeat. Whatever's down there is venting up, I said. We all need out. Russ swung the gun toward me. Then move. Not without them. You don't get to negotiate. Neither do you. I nodded toward the ceiling. Alarms going. Nate saw us. You shoot again. Everyone upstairs hears it. They already heard, Claire said. Her voice shook, but she kept talking. Russ, if you help us carry Martin out, you can still say you found us. You can still say this got out of hand. But if he dies down here, he knows, Russ said. His eyes cut toward Martin. He saw the room. Martin coughed and spat something dark onto the floor. I saw enough. Russ stepped closer, pointed the gun at Martin. That was the peak. No time to think. No procedure. I threw the pry bar. It hit Russ in the knee. Not hard enough to break it. Hard enough to buckle him. The gun fired into the floor. Concrete chipped my cheek. Something hot sliced under my left eye. I went down on one hand, pain flaring through my injured thumb so badly I nearly vomited. Eddie hit Russ from the side. They crashed into the record shelves. Boxes burst apart. Old ledgers spilled. Metal shelves folded with a scream and buried both men to the waist in paper, dust, and rusted steel, and skidded across the corridor toward the vault room. Claire saw it. Russ saw it too. She dove. He kicked free. Claire reached the pistol first, but not like someone who knew guns. She grabbed it with two hands and immediately pointed it at the floor, shaking. Don't, she said. Russ froze. Eddie groaned under the shelving. Blood streaked his temple now. One eye blinked slowly. I hate this building, he muttered. That stupid sentence nearly broke me. Claire, I said, forcing myself upright. Back up with it. Down, finger off the trigger. She obeyed, sobbing once through clenched teeth. Russ looked at her, then at the gun, then toward the rear stair. For a second, I thought he would run. Then Leo spoke from the doorway. Tell them about the vault. Russ closed his eyes. Leo dragged himself farther out. I crawled to him and grabbed his arm. His skin was fever hot and paper thin. Up close, he smelled of sweat, old urine, basement dust, and the chemical stink coming from below. Can you stand? I asked. No, then slide. He gave me a look that said he had been sliding through hell long before I arrived. Martin tried to help from the floor. His hands shook uselessly. We need to move, I said. Claire, call again. No signal. Try from the stair, the rear stair. Yes, Russ said. You can't go that way. We all looked at him. Why? Claire asked. He swallowed. I locked the alley door, top side, chain and padlock. Eddie laughed once, then coughed. Of course you did. Keys, I said. Russ said nothing. Your keys, I said. He looked down at the ring on his belt. Claire raised the pistol an inch. Take them off, she said. Russ hesitated. Eddie, from under the shelving, said, Lady asked you nice. Russ removed the key ring and slid it across the floor. I caught it. My hand left blood on the metal. Then came another sound. Sirens. Far, but real. Everyone heard them. Russ's face changed again. Cornered men do not become safer when help is close. They become math. Distance to door. Number of witnesses. One gun on the floor, now in Claire's hands. Keys gone. Father alive. Assistant alive. Locksmith bleeding but moving. Russ lunged at Claire. Leo moved faster than I thought possible. He hooked one arm around Russ's ankle. Russ fell forward. Claire stumbled back, and the pistol clattered away beneath a shelf. Russ kicked Leo in the ribs once hard. Leo wheezed and curled. I hit Russ with my shoulder, driving him sideways into the open vault door. Steel rang. Russ grabbed my jacket and slammed me back. My spine hit the vault threshold. For a blink, I was half inside it. The scratches surrounded me, close, too close. The inside smelled worse. Old metal. Human fear baked into a sealed room. My heel slipped in the dried smear. I saw the interior handle then, useless, stripped, gouged around its base. Someone had tried to turn it until the handle itself bent. Russ shoved harder. I fell backward into the vault. My fear stopped being thought. It became animal. I kicked, caught the edge of the door frame, and grabbed Russ's key ring with both hands because it was the only thing in reach. He tried to climb in after me. Claire screamed my name. Eddie, still half trapped, grabbed a fallen shelf upright and pushed. It slid across the floor and struck the vault door. The old door swung inward, not all the way. Enough. Russ realized what was happening at the same moment I did. He tried to back out. I hooked my foot behind his knee and pulled. He fell across the threshold, half in the vault, half out, and slammed his shoulder against the interior handle. The keys flew from my hand into the corridor. The door continued to move, slow, heavy, merciless. "Dan," Eddie shouted. I scrambled toward the gap. My injured thumb failed. My hands slid on dust and old dried blood. Claire grabbed my wrist from outside. Pain detonated through my hand. "Pull," I shouted. She pulled Martin. On the floor, grabbed Claire's belt to brace her. Leo dragged himself close and shoved the door with his shoulder from inside the corridor side, not closing it, just slowing its swing for one terrible second. I squeezed through the narrowing gap. My ribs scraped steel. My cheek hit the edge. My boot caught. Russ grabbed my ankle, his fingers dug in. "Help me," he screamed. For the first time, he sounded like a man inside a locked room. I kicked once, missed, kicked again. My heel struck his mouth. His grip loosened. Claire and Martin pulled me free. The vault door swung shut on Russ's left arm. Not cleanly, not fully. The sound he made filled the basement. The door stopped with a gap of maybe 3 inches, pinned by his forearm between steel and frame. He screamed and screamed, trying to pull loose, but the weight held him. Blood ran down the outside of the door in quick, dark lines. No one moved for half a second. Then I crawled to the key ring, found a thick brass key tagged Allie, and shoved it at Claire. "Rear stair," I gasped. "Go. Take Martin. Take Leo. What about Russ? He's not going anywhere." Russ sobbed against the vault door. "Please, please." Leo looked at him from the floor. No triumph, no pity I could name. Eddie freed himself from the shelving with a groan, cradling his bleeding wrist. "I'll help Leo." We moved because stopping meant thinking. Claire and Eddie got Martin upright between them. He could barely put weight on his injured leg. I hooked one arm under Leo's shoulders and half dragged him down the corridor toward the rear stair. Every breath tasted worse now. My vision narrowed at the edges. Behind us, Russ kept begging. At the rear stairs, the fallen cabinet still blocked part of the door, but now we could squeeze around it from the corridor side with the door fully open. Up the stairs, the alley exit waited behind a chain and padlock. The first key failed, second failed, third jammed. My hands shook too hard. "Daniel," Claire said. "I know." Fourth key. The padlock opened. Cold evening air hit us like water. Sirens were close now. Red light flashed against wet brick at the alley mouth. Nate stood beyond the temporary service rack with 2 firefighters pointing toward us and shouting. We stumbled out one by one. Martin collapsed on the alley pavement. Claire dropped beside him. Eddie sat hard against the brick wall and pressed his ragged sleeve to his wrist. Leo lay on his back under the open sky, eyes closed, mouth moving silently like he was counting. I turned back toward the basement door. From below, muffled by concrete and steel and distance, Russ was still screaming. Then the fire alarm cut out. For a moment, the alley held only sirens, boots, radios, and the sound of my own breath tearing in and out. A firefighter grabbed my shoulders and tried to steer me away. "How many inside?" he asked. "1," I said, then corrected myself. "1 trapped, armed, injured. The vault door has his arm." The firefighter stared at me for half a second. Then he shouted for rescue tools. I sat down on the wet pavement because my legs had started shaking too badly to trust. Claire looked at me from beside Martin, her face streaked with dust and tears. Eddie laughed once weakly, and then winced hard enough to stop. My phone buzzed. Somehow, out in the alley, service had returned. A message from Hannah. "We're starting. Are you coming?" I looked at the basement door, at the blood on my hands, at the scratches I could still see even though they were 2 walls and a stairwell away. I typed with 1 thumb. "I'm sorry." I did not send the rest. There was no rest that would make sense. The paramedic cut my jacket off in the alley while I kept trying to explain that I needed the tools in the left pocket. She did not care about my tools. Her name was Mara Ellison, 31, female, a Pittsburgh EMS paramedic with tired eyes, and a voice that had been sanded smooth by years of people arguing with her while bleeding. She knelt in front of me on the wet pavement, one knee in a shallow puddle, trauma shears flashing through the sleeve of a jacket I had owned for 9 years. "Sir, stop reaching," she said. "There's a scope probe in there. There's a piece of concrete in your cheek. It's not deep. You don't get to vote on deep." That was how the ordinary world came back, not gently, not all at once, but through practical irritations. Cold air under my torn shirt, latex gloves, radio chatter, a firefighter asking someone to kill power to the temporary service, Claire crying without sound beside the ambulance while another paramedic splinted Martin's ankle, Eddie arguing that his wrist was mostly decorative anyway, Leo lying on a backboard with an oxygen mask fogging and clearing over his mouth. Behind us, the rear basement door stood open. Every few minutes, a different firefighter went down, and another came up looking a little less sure of himself. Russell Keene came out after 20 minutes. They did not carry him gently, but they did carry him alive. He was strapped to a basket stretcher, his left arm packed in gauze, and a pressure dressing that had already gone red in places. His face looked gray under the work lights. He did not scream anymore. That bothered me more than the screaming had. As they brought him past, Leo turned his head. The oxygen mask hid most of his expression. Russ saw him anyway. Father and son, if that was what they still were, looked at each other across 10 feet of wet alley and emergency light. Russ opened his mouth like he might say something. Nothing came out. A police officer stepped between them. Officer Dana Whitcomb, 44, female, was one of the first Pittsburgh police officers on scene. She had a compact build, rain-speckled glasses, and the careful patience of someone who understood that fresh witnesses tell stories in pieces. She crouched near me after Mara finished bandaging my cheek and thumb. "Mr. Mercer," she said, "I know EMS wants to transport you, but I need the simplest version before everyone disappears into separate hospitals." "The simplest version is still stupid," I said. "Most are," so I told her. "Not well, not in order." I started with the vault, doubled back to the blocked stair, forgot the coal chute, until Nate Barlow shouted from near the fire truck that he had been outside and had heard Claire yelling. I explained the failed gas meter twice because Officer Whitcomb kept asking why I opened anything if I suspected bad air, and I kept giving the answer I hated. Because someone was trapped. She wrote that down. Claire gave her own statement wrapped in a thermal blanket, her hair coming loose in damp strings around her face. She did not defend herself. That surprised me. She told Whitcomb she had sent Martin below to check storage rooms without verifying the access route. She said she had hesitated to call emergency services because she was worried about reports and work stoppage. Her voice stayed steady until she got to that part. Then she stopped, pressed the heel of her hand against her mouth, and tried again. Martin did not give much of a statement in the alley. He was pale and shaking, pupils wide in the ambulance light, his right ankle swollen badly enough that they cut off his white sneaker and tossed it into a plastic bag. He kept asking whether the old man was out. "He's out," Claire told him. "Door was locked," Martin said. "I know." "No," he said, gripping her sleeve. "Both sides." That made Officer Whitcomb look up. Eddie heard it too. He was sitting on the curb with his wrist wrapped and his hip packed with ice, looking older than he had in the basement. "How's a door locked from both sides?" No one answered him then. They took Martin first, then Leo, then Eddie, after he swore he would drive himself, and Mara told him she would personally have his truck towed if he tried. Claire refused transport until an officer told her she could be checked at the hospital or be checked while answering questions in the cold. She chose the hospital. I tried to refuse too. Mara pointed at my cheek. "You have a laceration near your eye, a split thumbnail, possible smoke or chemical exposure, and you were in a confined space after gunfire." I wasn't in it long. She looked at me. I got in the ambulance. At UPMC Mercy, the night broke into separate rooms and curtains and waiting. My cheek needed 4 stitches. My thumb needed cleaning, glue, and a splint that made me look more injured than I wanted to admit. My ribs were bruised where the vault threshold had caught me. My carbon monoxide level was not dangerous, but the doctor said something in that basement air had irritated my lungs. He asked what chemical it was. I said I did not know. That was true. It was also the first answer that felt worse than a lie. Claire found me around 10:30 p.m. in the emergency department hallway, wrapped in a hospital blanket over her blazer. She had a bruise blooming along one cheekbone from where she had hit the wall during the struggle. Her shoes were gone. They had given her blue socks with rubber grips. "How's Martin?" I asked. "Broken ankle, concussion, mild chemical inhalation. He's awake," she swallowed. He asked if he still has a job. "What did you say?" I told him no job in that building was worth what happened. "That's not an answer." "No," she said. "It's the first honest thing I've said today." We stood beside a vending machine humming under fluorescent light. After the Wexler basement, even that sound bothered me, mechanical, persistent, like a bad lock waiting for pressure. Claire looked down at her hands. They were clean now, but she kept rubbing one thumb over the other as if basement dust remained in the creases. "I should have called sooner," she said. "Yes." She looked at me sharply, maybe expecting comfort. I did not have any. After a second, she nodded. "Yes." Then quieter, "You should have stopped when you said you were going to." I wanted to argue, procedure, pressure. The voice inside, the trapped person. But the truth sat between us clean as a cut. "Yes," I said. That was all. Officer Whitcomb came to the hospital near midnight with a detective. Detective Aaron Bell, 52, male, was plainclothes, broad-shouldered, and smelled faintly of coffee and rain. He had a small notebook instead of a tablet, which made him seem old-fashioned until he started asking questions and missed nothing. He took my statement again, this time slower. By then, they had a rough outline. Russell Keene had been hired 6 months earlier through a subcontracted security firm. Before that, he had worked private security in Ohio and western Pennsylvania. Leo Keene was his father. 10 years earlier, Leo had owned a small demolition salvage company that did off-book work in old commercial buildings. He had vanished from Erie after being investigated for insurance fraud and assault. No body, no arrest, just a missing man with debts and a son who claimed not to know where he had gone. The Wexler building tied them together in a way nobody fully understood yet. According to Leo's first statement, Russ had been using the sealed sublevel for storage long before Haddon and Price bought the building. Stolen copper, antique fixtures, recovered cash boxes, documents he thought might matter. Then Leo showed up months ago, sick, broke, and threatening to expose him unless Russ paid him. Father and son argued. Russ trapped him below, first just for the night, Leo said, then longer. Food and water through the lower access. Threats. Locks changed. Hidden room behind the old vault wall, reached by a service stair and an undocumented door. The vault itself had been part of something older. That was where the story stopped being clean. Leo insisted he had been inside the vault years before, not recently. He said a third man had died in there during a salvage job gone wrong, before the building changed hands the first time. He would not give the man's name. He said Russ knew. Russ, sedated and guarded after surgery, had not given a statement yet. Detective Bell closed his notebook. "You saw the scratches?" he asked. "Yes, fresh. No, I thought of the gouges, the curled steel, the dark smear, Some old, maybe all old, hard to say. Door openable from inside. No, not once the bolts were thrown. He watched me for a moment. Could someone have survived long enough to do that much damage? I pictured the inside of the vault again. The frantic arcs, the stripped handle, the marks low near the floor where strength had run out. Yes, I said. For a while, neither of us said anything after that. The next morning, Pittsburgh looked offensively normal. Rain had washed the streets clean. Buses sighed at curbs. People stood in line for coffee, with badges swinging from their necks. My van was still parked near the Wexler building, inside the police perimeter, so my ex-wife picked me up from the hospital. Rebecca Mercer, 41, female, was a middle school counselor, and the only person I knew who could look both furious and relieved while waiting at a curb. She did not hug me right away. She opened the passenger door, looked at the bandage on my face, the thumb splint, the hospital discharge envelope, and said, "You look like hell. I feel consistent. Don't make jokes." Okay. She drove in silence for 4 blocks. Then she said, "Hannah played well." I looked out the window. "I'm glad." She kept checking the door. That landed with no drama. No raised voice, just a fact placed carefully where it would hurt. I texted her. I said, "I know." "I couldn't." "I know, Dan." The car stopped at a red light. A cyclist passed in front of us wearing a yellow rain shell. The world continued. That seemed rude too. Rebecca softened slightly. She knows there was an emergency. I told her what I could. "What did you tell her?" "That you helped people get out of a dangerous situation." Closed my eyes. "Did she believe you?" "She believes me." A pause. "She's not sure she believes you." That was fair. She took me to her house instead of mine because Hannah wanted to see me before school. I stood in the kitchen while my daughter came downstairs in jeans and a black orchestra hoodie, her hair still damp from a shower violin case by the front door. Hannah Mercer, 14, female, looked at my bandaged face and splinted thumb and did not run to me. She stopped at the bottom step. "Are you okay?" she asked. "Mostly. Mom said there was a gun." "There was. Did you get shot?" "No." "Did somebody else?" "No, not shot." That mattered to her. I saw her absorb it. She crossed the kitchen and hugged me carefully, as if I were something breakable but not forgiven. I put my good arm around her. She smelled like shampoo and toast. "I'm sorry," I said into her hair. "You always are." I had no answer. She stepped back. Her eyes were wet, but she was too proud to wipe them while I was looking. "I saved you a program," she said. She handed me a folded paper from the counter. Her name was printed under second violins. I stared at it too long. "Next one," I said, then stopped myself. Promises had become cheap from me. "I'll earn the next one," I said instead. She nodded once. Not acceptance, not rejection. A door not locked, but not open either. The investigation stretched over weeks. The Wexler redevelopment stopped immediately. Not delayed, stopped. City inspectors found enough violations to turn the building into a lesson. Blocked egress, undocumented sub-level access, improper temporary electrical work, missing confined space procedures, unsecured hazardous materials left from old maintenance storage. The chemical smell came partly from solvent drums stored below the old records corridor, one leaking slowly into a floor drain that did not drain anywhere useful. It had mixed with stagnant water, rust, and low airflow. not enough to sicken people. Not exotic, not mysterious, just neglect layered over concealment. Martin had surgery on his ankle and sent Claire one text from recovery. I quit, but I'm alive. Eddie needed stitches in his wrist and spent 2 weeks telling anyone who would listen that he had fought an armed man with a shelf and won on points. His limp lasted longer than he admitted. When I visited him at his house in Greenfield, he made coffee with one hand and asked if I had nightmares. No, I said. He gave me a look. Some, I said. Vault doors. He nodded as if that made perfect sense. Claire resigned before Haddon and Price could fire her. Or that was how she told it. I saw her once more at the police station, wearing jeans instead of a blazer, looking smaller and more real. She thanked me. I told her not to. She apologized. I told her I accepted it, though I was not sure that was mine to give. Russ survived. He lost most of the use of his left arm and gained a lawyer who advised silence. The charges came in a stack: kidnapping, aggravated assault, unlawful restraint, reckless endangerment, weapons charges, evidence tampering. More followed after investigators opened the sub-level properly and found locked storage cages, stolen fixtures, sealed cash boxes, and human remains in a walled-off service alcove behind the vault. Not Leo. Someone older. The third man, maybe. The one Leo would not name until detectives pressed him with photographs and dates. A salvage worker from Ohio who had disappeared in 2009. His family had thought he ran off. That detail stayed with me, not because it was the worst, because it was the most ordinary. A missing man becomes a rumor. A rumor becomes paperwork. Paperwork becomes a box nobody opens until a developer wants exposed brick. My tools were returned 2 months later. Most were fine. The borescope was cracked. The 4-gas meter, the one that failed at the worst possible time, powered on immediately when I charged it at home. The screen lit bright and clean. No fault code, no warning. I replaced it anyway. I also kept the old one in a drawer for reasons I cannot defend. The Wexler vault door was removed as evidence, then eventually stored in a city facility. I never saw it again in person. Detective Bell told me the inside scratches photographed well. Too well, he said. The kind of evidence juries understand without needing much explanation. A door is supposed to open. When it doesn't, everyone understands the horror. Life became almost ordinary after that. Almost. I changed my business hours. No emergency calls after 6 unless a person was actively locked in or out in dangerous conditions. I missed money. I gained dinners. Hannah noticed before she said anything. The first time I arrived early to one of her rehearsals, she looked suspicious. Wrong school. She asked, "Funny, you're sitting through tuning too. I paid for the full experience." She tried not to smile and failed by a little. That was enough. My thumb healed crooked at the nail. My cheek left a thin, pale line under the eye. Sometimes, when I kneel in front of an old safe, my ribs remember the vault threshold and my breath shortens before I can stop it. I carry 2 flashlights now. 2 gas meters, a printed checklist laminated in my van. Eddie calls it my trauma menu. He is not wrong. There's only one part I do not tell clients. Sometimes an old lock gives a little under my hand, a tiny internal shift of metal finding metal after years asleep. And for half a second, I feel that basement again. The wet concrete, the alarm overhead, Russ begging from the vault door, Leo whispering from the floor, and the warmth of the dial. Officially, there was an explanation for everything. The smell, the blocked exits, the scratches, the voices, the messages arriving late because service was poor underground. The vault door swinging open because its hinges were out of level, and my wedge had slipped on dusty concrete. The dial warming because the work lamp had been aimed at the steel face for over an hour before the power failed. That explanation was plausible. I even believe most of it. But 3 weeks after the Wexler building was sealed by the city, Detective Bell called me with one more question. Not formal, not recorded, just his voice on my phone while I was eating a sandwich in my van outside a strip mall in Bethel Park. When you first heard tapping, he said, before the door was open, you said it was 3 taps, then other patterns later, I said, but first was 3, I think so. He was quiet long enough that I put the sandwich down. Why? Nothing, he said. Detective. He sighed through his nose. We pulled audio from a security camera in the lobby. Bad quality. Mostly alarm noise once everything started. But before that, around the time you were drilling, there's tapping. From where? That's the thing, cameras upstairs. I waited, he said, 3 taps. Then a pause, then 3 more, coming through the floor or pipes maybe. Martin was already below by then, could be him. But another pause. But he says he didn't start knocking until after he heard Claire yelling. I sat in my van with my hand on the phone, watching a woman load groceries into a Subaru while her kid kicked at a puddle. What do you think it was? I asked. Detective Bell gave the only honest answer. I don't know. The Wexler building is still there. Boarded windows, chain link fence, a red notice zip tied to the front entrance, curling at the edges. People walk past it every day without looking up. I do not take jobs on Liberty Avenue anymore unless I can avoid it. And when I pass an old bank vault in a basement, even one standing open and empty under bright renovation lights, I look at the inside of the door first. Not the lock, not the hinges, the inside, because scratches tell you something the outside never will. They tell you how long a door stayed closed after someone needed it open. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is I Stock Shelves on the Night Shift. The mannequins follow me down the aisles. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first mannequin was not where it was supposed to be. That was the kind of sentence I could say out loud at 1:17 in the morning and still sound like a reasonable person. Customers moved things. Day shift moved things and forgot to tell us. The clothing department people dragged displays around when they got bored, or when corporate sent some new seasonal refresh email with diagrams drawn by somebody who had clearly never tried to push a plastic torso over scuffed vinyl tile. Still, the mannequin stood at the end of aisle 16, between breakfast cereal and paper towels, wearing a red women's raincoat that still had the clearance tag dangling from one sleeve. Its blank face was turned just enough toward me that the overhead fluorescence made a pale stripe across its cheek. A cartwheel clicked behind me, somewhere in the grocery section, slow and uneven. I stopped with a case of canned peaches hugged against my stomach. "Very funny," I said. "My name is Evan Markey, 29 male." And at the time I stocked shelves on the night shift at a big discount store outside Scranton, Pennsylvania. One of those places that sold everything from baby formula to motor oil to Halloween decorations that went up before Labor Day. I had been there 8 months, which was long enough to know which pallet jacks pulled to the left, which freezer door screamed when you opened it, and which managers said, "We're a family," right before cutting hours. I was not the brave guy on that shift. I should say that early. I was dependable. I came in on time. I stacked Ken's label out. I didn't steal, didn't vanish to smoke behind the garden center, didn't mouth off to customers unless they really earned it. But I hated being alone in long aisles. Not in a poetic way. In a dumb, childish way I had never fully outgrown. When I was 10, my older brother locked me in the basement during a thunderstorm, and I spent 20 minutes listening to the house groan above me, convinced someone was breathing beside the washer. Ever since then, empty spaces had a way of filling themselves in my head. At night, the store made that worse. It was not quiet. People think empty stores are quiet. They are full of small noises that don't belong to anyone in particular. The soda coolers hummed like tired insects. The building vents ticked when the heat kicked on. Somewhere above the acoustic ceiling tiles, pipes knocked with a faint metal cluck. Cardboard rasped under box cutters. Plastic wrap snapped. The floor scrubber gave off a wet rubber smell that clung to the grocery aisles until morning. I shifted the case of peaches against my hip and stared at the mannequin. It had come from apparel. That much was obvious. It was one of the older female forms, the kind with detachable hands and a smooth egg of a head, not the newer headless ones corporate sent last spring. We had 6 of them near women's outerwear, arranged in a fake bus stop display with umbrellas and boots. None belonged in dry grocery. The cart wheel clicked again. "Daryl," I called. No answer. I looked down aisle 16. Paper towels stacked high on the right. Cereal boxes on the left. All bright cartoon tigers and smiling oats under cold light. The aisle narrowed at the far end, where someone had left a U-boat loaded with overstocked toilet paper. Beyond that was the main cross aisle, then apparel, then the front registers sitting dark under their little number signs. I set the peaches on the shelf where they did not belong and pulled my scanner from my vest pocket. The little zebra scanner was old enough to have a cracked corner and a battery that lied. I tapped the screen awake. 1:18 a.m., no messages. No tasks beyond canned fruit, pasta sauce, and pet food. The store Wi-Fi had 2 bars, which meant it might work if it felt respected. "Daryl, you moving mannequins," I said into the push-to-talk app. Static. Then a click. Daryl Finch, 46 male, came through with his usual graveyard rasp. "Why would I be moving mannequins, Marky?" Daryl was our overnight lead, built square, with a shaved head and a knee brace he pretended he didn't need. He had worked warehouses since before I was in middle school and treated panic like a personal insult. If a pallet collapsed, he swore once, fixed it, and kept moving. If the fire alarm went off, he would probably ask whether we could finish dairy first. "There's one in grocery," I said, a pause. "Then move it back. It's at the end of 16. Then it got tired of fashion and wanted oatmeal. Another click, this one sharper. "Don't start." That was Daryl's way of saying he knew my habits. I checked corners. I walked fast through seasonal when the lights were half off. I startled when someone rounded an aisle too quietly. Nobody on shift was cruel about it exactly, but people noticed. "I'm not starting," I said. "Good. We're behind on canned. You got 20 minutes before truck 2 is unloaded." The line cut out. I looked at the mannequin again. The raincoat sleeve hung crooked, one plastic wrist exposed where the hand had been turned backward. A strip of clear packing tape stuck to the coat hem and lifted each time the heater breathed down from the vent overhead. "There," explained. Somebody from apparel had moved it. Maybe to clean, maybe as a joke. Maybe a customer shoved it before close and nobody saw. It was not walking around. I picked up the peaches, shelved them, and went back to work. For 10 minutes, I made myself normal. Cut box, fold flaps, stack cans too deep, break down cardboard, slide it under the U-boat with my boot. Listen to the little plastic clack of cans settling into place. The rhythm helped. Stocking is boring in a useful way. Everything has a barcode, a shelf tag, a location, a place. If something is wrong, you scan it, and the machine tells you where it should go. Unless it is a mannequin in a raincoat. At 1:31, Marisol came around the corner with a case of pasta sauce balanced on one shoulder. Marisol Vega, 34, female, worked grocery with me most nights. She was 5'0", fast as a pickpocket, with black hair tied under a faded eagle's cap, and a laugh that always sounded like she had decided not to be mad. She had 2 kids, a mother with diabetes, and the kind of tired eyes that made every complaint feel smaller when you said it around her. She liked me because I did the heavy cases without being asked. I liked her because she never pretended the job was anything but a job. "You look like you saw the regional manager," she said. Worse, she followed my eyes to the end of the aisle. The mannequin was gone. For a second, I said nothing. Not because I was shocked, because the space where it had been looked too clean. The red coat should have still been there, a stupid splash of color against the white paper towels. Instead, there was only the U-boat, the cross aisle, and the far wall of dim apparel racks. Marisol lowered the pasta sauce. "What? There was a mannequin there," she squinted. "Where?" "At the end, right there, okay," in the raincoat. She held my stare longer than she needed to, not mocking, measuring. Did you move it? No, Daryl. He told me to move it back. Helpful. From the front of the store came the buzz and clack of the automatic doors cycling open. They did that sometimes even when locked, if the wind pushed leaves against the sensor outside. The sound traveled through the building in a thin electric shiver. Marisol shifted the case onto the shelf. Maybe Jenna grabbed it. Jenna's here. Yeah, doing apparel mods. Corporate wants winter coats forward by Monday. That made sense. Jenna Loomis, 22, female, was the youngest person on the overnight crew, and somehow already had the posture of someone betrayed by retail. She usually worked apparel and seasonal, earbuds in one ear, box cutter tucked into her back pocket, silver rings flashing under the fluorescence. She had a habit of dragging displays around without warning because she hated waiting for approval from Daryl. See, Marisol said, world solved. Yeah, I said too quickly. She gave me a side look. Evan, what? You're doing the thing. What thing? The raccoon thing, I blinked. The what? When a raccoon hears a trash can move and freezes like God just called its name. Despite myself, I laughed. It came out thin but real. Then something scraped in the next aisle. Not loud, not dramatic. A soft plastic drag, followed by a single tap, like a hollow foot bumping against the baseboard. Marisol heard it too. Her head turned. A forklift beeped in the stockroom, muffled by distance. Someone dropped a pallet, jack handle, and cursed. Normal noises, layered over the one that had made both of us stop. Jenna, Marisol called. No answer. She rolled her eyes, but not convincingly. I swear to God, if she's making TikToks again. We walked to the end of 16 together. That was important. I did not go alone. I would later replay that detail as if it proved something about me, though I'm not sure what. Marisol went first, pasta sauce dust on her black hoodie, and I followed close enough to smell cardboard and the coconut lotion she used on her hands because the sanitizer cracked her knuckles. The cross aisle opened on both sides. To the left, dry grocery, pet food, chemicals, the glowing green pharmacy sign beyond the lowered gate. To the right, apparel. Under the dimmed lights, apparel looked like a different store. The night crew only kept every third row fully lit to save power, so the clothing racks stood in soft gray bands. Winter coats hung in dense rows, their plastic size markers catching little flashes of white. The fake bus stop display sat near the aisle break. 5 mannequins stood there, not 6. See, I said before I could stop myself. Marisol counted with her lips. Maybe they only had 5. They had 6. You know that? Yes. How? Because I counted things when I was nervous. Because I had spent 8 months glancing at those blank faces every time I walked to the break room. Because 2 female forms wore raincoats, 1 male form wore a puffer vest, and 3 child mannequins wore school clothes, even though school had started 2 months ago. But saying all that would not help. I just know. Marisol stepped into apparel. Jenna, a shape moved between 2 racks near women's coats. I flinched hard enough that my scanner knocked against a shelf. Jenna popped up holding a gray parka on a hanger. 1 earbud dangled against her neck. She looked at us like we had interrupted surgery. "Can I help you, weirdos?" Jenna Loomis, 22, female, had been hired for seasonal 2 years earlier and kept on because she could redo a whole department layout in one night if left alone with caffeine. She lived with her older sister in Dunmore, took online classes she never talked about, and distrusted managers on principle. She was sharp with everyone, but the edge was mostly armor. Around the right people late enough, she could be funny. Marisol planted her hands on her hips. "Did you move a mannequin into grocery?" Jenna's face changed just a little. The annoyance stayed, but something passed behind it. "No, you sure? Why would I move one into grocery?" "That's what Daryl said." "Then Daryl and I are both geniuses." I pointed at the display. "You're missing one." Jenna looked back at the mannequins. For once, she did not answer immediately. The 5 figures stood in their little staged scene under the fake bus sign, 2 adults, 3 kids. The gap was obvious if you knew to look for it. One round base sat empty near the rack of umbrellas. A metal support pole rose from it bare. Jenna walked over and touched the pole. "Huh," she said. Marisol's voice dropped. "Huh what? I thought Kelsey took it before close." "Who's Kelsey?" "Day Apparel." She said one of the hands was cracked. I stepped closer. The base had a crescent of dust around it, except for 2 clean arcs where feet had dragged or been dragged. A loose white plastic hand lay under the umbrella rack, palm up, fingers molded together in a permanent half-wave. Jenna crouched and picked it up. The hand had a jagged split across the wrist socket. "Charming," Marisol said. Jenna turned it over. "This wasn't cracked yesterday." "How do you know?" I asked. "Because I fixed the sleeve on that raincoat yesterday, and the hand was fine." The heater clicked on overhead. A long banner advertising fall into savings shifted against its fishing line and made a dry tapping sound. From somewhere behind us, Daryl's voice carried across the main aisle. "Why are 3 people standing in apparel?" He came toward us with a clipboard in one hand and a black coffee in the other. Moving with that stiff, right knee gait he got near the end of a shift. He saw our faces, then the empty base, then the plastic hand in Jenna's grip. His mouth tightened. "Where's the form?" he asked. Jenna held up the hand. "That's what we're figuring out." Daryl took the hand from her and inspected the broken socket. "Who was in here after close?" "Me," Jenna said. "Kelsey until 10:30. Then me again at midnight. Customers. Store closed at 11. That wasn't the question. Jenna's jaw worked. "Not that I saw," Marisol said. "Evan saw it in grocery." Daryl looked at me. "You moved it." "No." "Did you touch it?" "No." He sighed through his nose. So a 30-pound display walked itself from apparel to grocery. "I didn't say that. You're thinking it loudly." That stung because it was close enough. Daryl set the broken hand on a folded sweater table. Probably kids before close. They drag them, they film it, they post it. Jenna, check if anything else is damaged. Marisol, Evan, back to grocery. The matter should have ended there. Daryl had given it a box to fit in, kids before close. Theft attempt. Stupid prank. Damage. All normal enough. Then my scanner chirped. All 4 of us looked at it. The screen had lit up with a task notification from the inventory system. Move display unit. WMNS raincoat form current location. Grocery A16 assigned location. Apparel women's outerwear. I stared at the words until they blurred. Marisol leaned over my shoulder. That's weird. Daryl took the scanner from my hand. His thumb moved across the screen, checking the task history. Who submitted this? Jenna asked. Daryl didn't answer. The scanner chirped again in his hand. A second task appeared. Move display unit. WMNS raincoat form current location. Pet care A23 assigned location. Apparel women's outerwear pet care was 6 aisles away from grocery, toward the back corner near the stockroom doors. Nobody spoke for a moment. The store continued around us. Coolers hummed. The forklift beeped once, far away. Side, a truck passed on the road beyond the parking lot, tires hissing over damp pavement. The automatic doors at the entrance gave another nervous buzz. Daryl handed me back the scanner, slower this time. It's a system glitch, he said. Jenna gave a short laugh. The system knows where the mannequin is. The system knows where somebody scanned it. Who? Daryl's eyes flicked toward the ceiling domes. Cameras. Not everywhere, but enough. We'll check security, he said. Marisol folded her arms. Right now. No, after we finish the truck. Daryl, he rubbed the bridge of his nose. He was a practical man trapped between a weird problem and a schedule he would still be blamed for missing. That was the thing about retail. A pipe could burst, a customer could faint, a mannequin could apparently file its own relocation request, and somebody above you would still ask why seasonal end caps weren't done. Fine, he said. We check pet care first. If it's there, we move it back. If somebody's messing around, cameras will show it. And if it's not there, I asked. Daryl looked at me, and for the first time that night, he didn't have a ready insult. Then the scanner's junk, he said. Jenna slid the broken hand into the front pocket of her hoodie. Daryl noticed. Leave that. Nope. Evidence. This isn't CSI. Then stop acting like the sheriff. Marisol made a small sound that might have been a laugh if anyone had felt better. We stood at the edge of apparel, 4 night shift employees in wrinkled vests and hoodies, under lights that made everyone look a little sick. Behind us, the 5 mannequins faced the front of the store with their smooth blank heads. Ahead of us, pet care sat in the back corner where the lights were dimmer, where the tall shelves cut the aisles into narrow lanes, where bags of dog food slumped like sleeping bodies. I wanted Daryl to say forget it. I wanted him to call maintenance or police, or at least send all of us to the break room until mourning like that was a sane option. But there was nothing yet to report. No crime, no injury, no proof beyond a missing display, a broken hand, and a scanner doing what scanners did best, making problems official. Daryl lifted his clipboard and pointed toward the back of the store. Choice is simple, he said. We either keep standing here talking about a plastic lady, or we go get her. Marisol looked at me. Jenna looked down the dark run of the main aisle. I could hear my own breathing, too quick through my nose, and the faint ticking of a loose sign above pet care. The scanner chirped once more in my hand. This time, no new task appeared, just the same location. Pet care A23. Waiting. We found the mannequin in pet care, but not standing. That bothered me more. If it had been upright at the end of aisle 23, blank face turned toward us under the dim lights, I think I could have hated it cleanly. I could have pointed to it and said there, that's the thing that's wrong. but it was lying on its side between the 40-pound bags of dog food and the wall of cat litter, half hidden under a torn blue tarp someone had used to cover a leaking pallet back in July and never thrown away. The red raincoat showed first. A sleeve, a strip of glossy plastic, one pale arm bent wrong beneath it. Daryl stopped so suddenly, I almost walked into his back. "There," he said. His voice had lost the irritation. Not all of it, but enough. Pet care was the worst corner of the store after midnight. It backed onto the stockroom and the garden center doors, so it always smelled like a mix of dry kibble, cardboard dust, fertilizer, and cold air leaking through bad seals. Shelves were taller there too, packed with oversized bags that made the aisle feel narrower than it was. Every sound had a soft edge. Our shoes scuffed, plastic crinkled. Somewhere high above us, a fluorescent tube fluttered with a faint electric stutter. Marisol crossed her arms. "Okay, so it's here." Jenna moved past Daryl and pulled the tarp back with 2 fingers. The mannequin stared up from the floor. It was the same female form from apparel, no question. Red raincoat, beige plastic neck, smooth face, one hand missing at the wrist, the other hand still attached, palm flattened against the floor like it had tried to catch itself. Its torso had twisted partly off the metal support rod, leaving a dark scuff along the vinyl tile where the base had dragged. Jenna made a low noise in her throat. Someone dumped it. Daryl crouched with effort, one hand braced on his knee. "Don't touch anything else." "You just told us to move it back," she said. "I changed my mind." That was the first thing he said that made my stomach tighten more than the mannequin did. Daryl reached for the radio clipped to his belt and pressed the side button. "Cal, you still in receiving?" A burst of static. Then a man's voice, distant and annoyed. "Yeah." Cal Briggs, 52 male, was our overnight receiver and forklift guy. A tall, thin man with nicotine-stained fingers and a gray ponytail tucked through the back of his cap. He had been unloading trucks since before half the crew was born and treated every interruption like a government conspiracy. He worked mostly in the stockroom, where the loading dock doors rattled every time a truck backed in and the concrete floor stayed cold year-round. Daryl said, "Pause unload. I need you to check the back door by garden and the emergency exit near pet." "For what?" "Just check if they're secured." A pause. "You got a shoplifter, maybe." That word changed the air. Until then, the problem had been stupid. Creepy, yes, but stupid. A mannequin moved. A scanner glitched. A broken hand. Retail has a way of making even strange things feel like paperwork waiting to happen. But shoplifter meant a person. A person hiding in the store after close. A person with time to move displays around, scan inventory tags, and drag a 30-pound mannequin through grocery without being seen. A person close enough, maybe, to hear us arguing. Marisol looked toward the end of the aisle. "Daryl," I said maybe. Jenna pulled her phone from her hoodie pocket. "We should call the police." "Not yet." "Why not?" "Because I'm not calling Scranton PD because teenagers moved a mannequin." "It's not just moved," Jenna said, too sharp. "It was scanned into the system." Daryl stood. His knee popped audibly. "Which means someone has an employee login, or your scanner got bumped into a task menu." "It didn't," I said. They both looked at me. I hated that. I hated being the center of it, hated the expectation that I would either prove the weird thing or fold under it. It came in as a task, I said, twice. I didn't scan anything. Daryl held out his hand. Give it here. I handed him my scanner. The device looked small in his palm, cheap, beat up, a ridiculous thing to have any authority over us. He tapped through menus, frowned, then tilted the screen away from the glare. Assigned under night operations, he said. Marisol asked, who can do that? Lead accounts, department leads, managers, sometimes old logins if it never killed them. Could Kelsey? Jenna shook her head. Day apparel, maybe. But she left at 10:30. The radio cracked. Cal came back, voice flatter now. Garden doors latched. And emergency, another pause. Emergency exit by pets showing open on the panel. No one moved. Daryl pressed the radio closer. Say again. The panel in receiving says pet emergency exit is open. I'm looking at it. We all turned toward the back of pet care. At the far end, past cat towers and fish tank filters, a red exit sign glowed above a gray emergency door. From where we stood, it looked closed. The push bar caught a strip of light. A small warning sticker on the door read, Alarm WILL sound. It had not sounded. Marisol whispered, Why didn't the alarm go off? Daryl did not answer right away. The store's alarms were temperamental. Everyone knew that. The front doors buzzed when leaves touched them, but the receiving door sometimes failed to register until 10 minutes after somebody opened it. Last month, a freezer alarm screamed for 2 hours because frost built up around a sensor. Technology in that building was less a safety system and more a collection of grudges. But an emergency exit showing open with no alarm was different. Cal, Daryl said into the radio, stay in receiving. Don't open the dock. Lock the office door. What the hell is going on? Just do it. He clipped the radio back to his belt and looked at us. We have to secure that exit. Jenna's laugh was small and disbelieving. No, we don't. We leave. We leave through the front, and if somebody's in here, they're between us and the front or out that door already. So call the cops. I will if the doors actually open. Daryl, Jenna. His voice cracked like a pallet board. She shut up, but her face said she hated him for it. I could feel something building in my chest. Not courage, not exactly fear either. It was the old basement feeling, the need to know where the door was, where the light switch was, where people were standing. My mind started drawing the store like a map. Pet care aisle 23. Emergency exit at the back. Stockroom doors to the left. Main aisle behind us. Apparel beyond that. Front entrance too far away. Cameras above, but not in every aisle. Tall shelves. Blind corners. Too many blind corners. Marisol noticed me breathing wrong. She stepped closer, shoulder almost touching mine. Hey, she said softly, you good? That question nearly undid me more than the mannequin had. Yeah, liar, I'm functional. That's retail good. Daryl pointed at the mannequin. Leave it. We check the door together. Nobody splits off. That should have comforted me. It didn't. Together meant moving deeper into pet care, toward the back wall, past the tall stacks of dog food, where someone could crouch unseen behind end caps of chew toys and litter buckets. It meant turning our backs on the main aisle. It meant trusting the people around me not to panic, while knowing I might be the one who did. Jenna slid her box cutter from her back pocket and held it down by her thigh. Daryl saw. "Put that away." "No, you cut somebody with that. You're done here." "If somebody's hiding in the store moving mannequins, my employment status is not my main concern." Marisol murmured. "She has a point." "She has a lawsuit," Daryl said, but he didn't make her put it away. We started down the aisle. The mannequins stayed behind us on the floor. I tried not to look back. I failed once. The red coat lay bright under the weak light, the empty wrist angled upward. Jenna had the broken hand in her hoodie pocket. For a stupid second, I imagined the body needing it back. Then I forced my eyes forward. A23 narrowed near the end because a pallet of cat litter had been staged there earlier and only half worked. Heavy yellow buckets sat stacked 3 high, their handles turned outward. On the opposite side, bags of dog food bulged over the shelf lips. One had split, leaving brown pellets scattered across the floor. They crunched under Daryl's shoes. "Careful," Marisol said. "I see it." "You always say that after stepping on it." Daryl didn't answer. The emergency exit waited under its red sign. When we got close, the smell changed. Cold air, wet pavement, cigarette smoke, faint but recent. The bottom edge of the door showed a thin black line where the seal didn't meet the floor, and that line moved slightly, breathing in and out with the pressure from outside. Daryl reached for the push bar. "Don't," I said. He froze. My own voice surprised me. "What?" he asked. "The alarm didn't go off. If someone messed with it, don't open it until we know what's on the other side." Jenna looked at me with a little more respect than before. "That's actually smart." Daryl glanced at the doorframe. "We have to close the contact." "It might already be open," Marisol said. "Can you see the latch?" Daryl crouched again, slower. He used the flashlight on his phone and aimed it at the edge of the door. The latch was not seated. A folded piece of cardboard had been wedged between the door and frame, just above the crash bar, holding it open a fraction of an inch. Not enough to see from the aisle unless you knew. Enough to show open on the panel. Enough for someone to slip a tool through. Enough, maybe, to come back in. Jenna whispered, "Oh, hell no." Daryl touched the cardboard. "Don't pull it," Marisol said. "It's evidence," Jenna added. Daryl looked at both of them. "It's a piece of cardboard." "It's holding an emergency exit open," I said. He stood, and for the first time I saw sweat on his forehead despite the cold draft. "Fine," he said. "We call police." Relief hit me so hard I almost had to lean on the shelf. He took out his phone. No signal. He frowned, lifted it higher, turned toward the main aisle. "I've got nothing." Jenna checked hers. 1 bar, no data. Marisol pulled hers from her back pocket. The screen lit her face blue. "Same. Store Wi-Fi's dead." As if summoned, the overhead speakers popped. A burst of static rolled through the ceiling, loud enough to make all of us flinch. Then the store music died. We had not even noticed it playing until it stopped. Some corporate-approved pop track had been murmuring above us all night, thin and forgettable. Its absence made every other sound step forward. The buzz of the exit sign, the wheeze of the vents, the little crunch of dog food shifting under someone's shoe. Not ours. At the far end of the aisle, near the mannequin, something moved. A slow scrape, then a tap. Jenna raised the box cutter. Daryl said, "Who's there?" His voice carried too far, bounced off the hard shelves, came back thinner. No answer. Another scrape. This one not behind us exactly. More to the side, from the neighboring aisle. Cat toys, leashes. The aisle parallel to ours. Marisol whispered, "Could be a customer." "A customer hiding after close," Jenna said. "It happens." "It doesn't happen like this." Daryl held up a hand to stop them. His radio hissed. He grabbed it. "Cal, static." He keyed the mic. "Cal, respond." Nothing but a ragged burst of interference. The lights flickered, once, hard. The whole store blinked off, and on so fast the shelves seemed to jump closer. Somewhere in frozen foods, a compressor kicked down with a heavy mechanical thump. A second later, emergency lighting clicked on along the back wall, though the main fluorescents stayed lit at half strength. Daryl swore under his breath. Power dip. The store had backup systems, but everyone knew they were patchwork. If the power failed fully, the freezers would alarm, the registers would reboot, and the electronic locks could do whatever mood they were in. The front doors had battery backup. The stockroom doors sometimes didn't. We had done drills on paper, never in real life. Marisol looked at the wedged exit. If somebody's outside, they can get in. If somebody's inside, Jenna said, they can get out. His jaw tightened. Then Cal's voice finally burst from the radio, broken and full of static. "Daryl, receiving door." The signal tore apart. Daryl pressed the radio hard enough his knuckles whitened. "Cal, say again." "Somebody by the dock, I'm locking." A crash came through the radio. Metal on concrete. Then Cal shouted, not words, just a raw, startled sound. The transmission cut. For half a second, nobody breathed. Then Daryl was moving. "Receiving," he said. Jenna grabbed his sleeve. "Are you insane?" "Cal S. alone. And we're not cops." "He's alone," Daryl said again, and pulled free. That was his flaw, I realized then. Not bravery. Responsibility turned into stubbornness. Daryl would rather walk into danger than admit a situation had outrun his control. Marisol looked from him to the emergency exit. "We can't leave this open." "We don't," Daryl said. "Evan, pull the cardboard and let it latch. Then come on." "No," Jenna said immediately. "Why him?" "Because I was closest." Because Daryl was already thinking about Cal. Because sometimes, in a bad moment, the quiet person gets assigned the simple task. Except it was not simple. The cardboard wedge was inches from the crack in the door. Cold air pressed through it. The alley outside pet care ran between the building and the fenced garden center, hidden from the road. Someone could be on the other side. Someone could be holding the door. Someone could shove it open while my fingers were there. My mouth went dry. Marisol saw it. "I'll do it." "No," I said. It came out too loud. They all looked at me again. I hated that too. But I hated the basement version of myself more, frozen, useless, waiting for someone else to open the door. "I'll do it," I said, quieter. Marisol's face softened. "Evan, I've got it." I crouched. The floor was cold through my jeans. Dog food pellets pressed into one knee. I smelled wet cardboard and the sour rubber of the door seal. The wedge was from a produce box, green print visible on the fold, fresh romaine. Somebody had bent it twice to make it thick enough. My hand shook. I reached for it. From the other side of the door came a soft sound. Not a voice, not a knock, a phone vibrating against metal. BZZZT, BZZZT. We all heard it. Jenna whispered, "Someone S outside." The vibration stopped. Then my scanner chirped from my vest pocket. I flinched backward and hit the shelf behind me. A bag of cat food slid and thumped onto the floor. Daryl grabbed my shoulder. "Easy." I pulled the scanner out with numb fingers. A new task glowed on the cracked screen. Urgent safety task, clear obstruction location, receiving hallway assigned to EVANMARKY under it in smaller text. Due 01:45 a.m. I checked the time. 1:43. Marisol read it over my shoulder. "Why is it assigning safety tasks to you?" "I don't know." Jenna's voice turned thin. "Whoever's doing this knows his name." Daryl's radio crackled again. This time, Cal was whispering, "Don't come through receiving." Daryl lifted the radio slowly. "Cal, where are you?" Static. Then Cal again, breath scraping against the mic. "Office. Doors jammed. Somebody put a pallet against it." A heavy bang sounded from somewhere beyond the stockroom doors. Not over the radio. In the building. Daryl turned toward the stockroom. Another bang. Metal shuddered in its frame. The double doors at the end of pet care, the ones that led into the back hallway, trembled once and settled. Marisol stepped back. That was close. The emergency exit behind me shifted, just a fraction. The cardboard wedge creased. Cold air pushed harder against my face. Daryl looked trapped between two failures, Cal stuck in receiving and the exit compromised behind us. The scanner in my hand counted down a task I had never accepted. Jenna clutched the box cutter. Marisol reached for my arm and missed because I had already stood up. The double doors banged again. This time, something on the other side scraped along the floor. Wood against concrete. A pallet, blocking or unblocking. I could not tell. Daryl made the choice for us. "Front office has the landline and camera feed," he said. "We get there, call police, lock down the store, and then get Cal." "The front office is past peril," Marisol said. "And whoever's doing this knows where we are," Jenna added. The scanner chirped once more. The task changed. Urgent safety task, clear obstruction location. Front office hall due, 01:45 a.m. same due time. 1 minute away. From the next aisle over came that hollow tap again. Plastic against tile. Once, then twice, moving parallel to us. Daryl stared toward the main aisle, then at the emergency exit, then at the stockroom doors that had begun to rattle in short, uneven bursts. "We go now," he said. Behind me, the cardboard wedge slipped with a soft, tearing sigh. The emergency door opened an inch wider. The emergency door opening behind us made a sound I still hear sometimes when I'm trying to sleep. Not a bang. Not the movie version. Just a thin, rubbery sigh as the seal peeled away from the frame, followed by the tiny crunch of grit under the bottom edge. Cold air came through hard enough to move the hem of my vest. It carried wet pavement, cigarette smoke, and that metallic outdoor smell that comes off dumpsters after rain. Daryl turned back like he might try to fix it. Then the double doors to the stockroom banged again. Closer. A pallet scraped on concrete, slow and heavy. "Move," Marisol said. She grabbed my sleeve and we ran. Not a clean run. 4 underpaid adults in work shoes, slipping on scattered dog food, trying not to trip over half-worked pallets in a store designed to look open and friendly during daylight, but built at night out of blind corners and choke points. Pet care fed into the back cross aisle. To our left were the stockroom doors, rattling now in short, uneven bursts. Straight ahead, aisle 22 led past cleaning supplies. To the right, the main aisle ran toward apparel, then home goods, then the front office tucked behind customer service. That was the map in my head. Pet care behind us, grocery and chemicals to the left, apparel ahead right, front office beyond registers, receiving somewhere behind the stockroom wall where Cal was trapped. Daryl pushed us toward the main aisle. Front office, don't stop. Jenna was first, box cutter folded now, but still in her fist. Marisol went behind her. I followed, lungs too tight, and Daryl came last with the radio in one hand, glancing over his shoulder every few steps. The scanner in my vest pocket kept chirping. I wanted to throw it. We passed the end of aisle 21, where leashes hung in neat rows, and something pale stood between the racks. I skidded so hard my shoe squeaked. A mannequin. No, not a whole one. A torso from the kids' apparel display had been propped on a rolling gray cart, its little plastic chest wearing a green dinosaur hoodie. It faced the main aisle with no head, no arms, just the hood collapsed around the neck hole. For one awful second, under the stuttering fluorescent light, it looked like a child leaning out from behind the end cap. Jenna saw it and gasped, then swore at herself. That wasn't there, she said. Daryl didn't slow. Leave it. Someone put it there while we were in pet care, Marisol said. Nobody answered, because that was exactly the problem. We made it to apparel. The fake bus stop display was no longer how we had left it. 5 mannequins had stood there before. Now there were 4. One of the child forms was missing. The bare round base sat beside the umbrella rack, clean dust arcs around it, just like the first one. The metal pole stuck up from the floor like a snapped bone. Jenna stopped dead. No. Daryl grabbed the back of her hoodie and pulled. Office. My department. Jenna. Someone's taking them. Then we'll see who on camera. That was attempt 1. Get to the front office. Use the landline. Check the cameras. Call police. It sounded sensible. It sounded adult. It failed before we reached customer service. The front of the store was darker than the rest. The register lanes were lit only by small green numbers above each checkout and the dull glow of the lottery machine near the service desk. Shopping carts nested by the entrance, their metal frames overlapping in a tangled shine. Beyond the glass doors, the parking lot lamps blurred in drizzle. Daryl's pickup sat near the employee entrance. Marisol's old Civic was 2 rows farther out. My dented Corolla was near the cart return, small and stupidly far away. The front office door was behind customer service, down a narrow hall with the time clock, lost and found bins, and the manager's office. It had a keypad lock that stuck in cold weather. Daryl punched in his code. Red light. He tried again. Red, move, Jenna said, leaning in. You're fat fingering it. I'm not. He entered it slower, Red, Marisol whispered. Could the power dip reset it? It shouldn't. But could it? Daryl's face had gone hard and shiny with sweat. Yes. He tried the override key from his ring. It went into the lock, turned halfway, and stopped. Daryl, I said. I know. He jiggled it. Metal scraped inside the cylinder. The scanner chirped. I looked despite myself. Urgent safety task, clear obstruction location. Front office hall status. Overdue. Then a second line appeared. Access DNID. Manager override required. Jenna leaned over my shoulder. That system is talking to the lock. Or somebody wants us to think that, Marisol said. Daryl pulled the key free. Office is out. Then call from customer service, I said. The phones route through the office system. Try anyway. Marisol ducked behind the service counter and lifted the receiver. She held it to her ear. Her expression told us before she spoke. Dead. Jenna grabbed it from her and slapped the cradle twice. Come on. Nothing. The first attempt had given us something. The office lock had been disabled or reset. The customer service phone was dead. And whoever controlled the store system had enough access to send messages that matched what was happening around us. It also tightened the store around us. The front doors buzzed. All four of us turned. The automatic doors shivered in their tracks, trying to open. They moved maybe 2 inches, stopped, then closed. Outside, rain stippled the glass. A plastic shopping bag tumbled across the sidewalk and stuck against the sensor mat. For a second, I thought that was it. The simple answer: wind, trash, bad doors, normal. Then a pale hand slapped the glass from the outside. Jenna screamed. Marisol ducked behind the counter. Daryl raised the radio like a weapon. I backed into a rack of impulse batteries and knocked half of them onto the floor. The hand slid down the glass, leaving water streaks. A face appeared above it, distorted by rain and reflection. Open up, someone shouted. Daryl exhaled hard. Jesus Christ. It was Todd. Todd Klein, 19, male, was the seasonal stalker who took lunch breaks in his car and claimed he could sleep anywhere. He was thin, pimply, and always smelled faintly of energy drinks. He had been unloading truck 2 earlier and must have gone outside to smoke or get something from his car during the power dip. He pounded the door again. Let me in. The employee door won't open. Misdirection. Terrifying for 2 seconds. Explainable in the third. Daryl hurried to the door controls under the service desk and hit the release. Nothing happened. Todd's face crumpled with panic. Come on. The lock S not releasing, Daryl shouted through the glass. What? The lock isn't releasing. Todd looked over his shoulder toward the side of the building. The rain had flattened his hair to his forehead. There's somebody by the garden fence. That sentence took all the air out of the space. Daryl hit the release again. The doors buzzed, parted an inch, then jammed. Todd shoved his fingers into the gap. Don't, Marisol snapped. Too late. The doors tried to close. Todd yelped and jerked his hand free, leaving a smear of blood on the glass where his knuckles scraped. Daryl swore. Back up from the door. Todd backed away, shaking his hand, face white under the parking lot lights. We can't get him in, Jenna said. Can he get to his car? Marisol asked. Todd looked toward the lot, then toward the garden side of the building. He shook his head too fast. Daryl keyed the radio. Todd, go to your car and call 911. Todd tapped his own phone against the glass, showing us the screen. No service. That was attempt 2. Get help from outside. Get Todd to call police. Maybe get him back in. It failed in front of us. The front doors would not open. The landline was dead. Cell service was useless. Todd was outside in the rain, bleeding from the knuckles, trapped between the locked building and whatever he had seen by the garden fence. Then the parking lot lights went out. All of them. The world beyond the glass vanished, except for the hazy red glow of Todd's taillights in the distance and the emergency lights inside, reflecting our own faces back at us. Todd hit the glass again, harder, not caring about his hand. "Please," Marisol said, "we can't leave him out there." "I know," Daryl said, but his voice was trapped. He did not know. None of us knew. Jenna pointed across the front end. "Garden center doors." Daryl shook his head. "They're chained from inside after close." "So unchain them." "They're past seasonal." Seasonal sat between apparel and garden center, a maze of half-built Halloween displays, plastic storage bins, patio clearance, and stacked fake Christmas trees waiting for corporate permission. At night, with only every third light on, it was a thicket. Marisol looked at Todd through the glass. "He can meet us there." Daryl shouted through the door, "Todd, go to garden entrance. We'll try to open it from inside." Todd cupped his ear. Daryl repeated it louder. Todd nodded, then hesitated. He looked left, toward the dark side of the building. Then he ran. His sneakers slapped wet pavement and disappeared beyond the edge of the glass. Jenna was already moving. "Let's go." Daryl caught her arm. "We stay together. Then keep up." We headed back through the front end, past the dark registers, into apparel again, then angled right toward seasonal. The store felt different now. Not haunted, occupied. That was worse. Every object had become usable by a person with time and intent. Pallet jacks, box cutters, rolling racks, shelf dividers, ladders, extension cords, locked doors, dead phones. The mannequins made sense in that framework, which somehow did not comfort me. Someone could move them to hurt us, startle us, make us waste time, make us look one way while they worked somewhere else. In apparel, the display had changed again. 3 mannequins now. Marisol noticed, but did not stop. Jenna made a strangled sound and kept walking. At the entrance to seasonal, we found the missing child mannequin. It hung from an overhead Halloween arch by a loop of clear packing tape around its torso. Dinosaur hoodie still on, plastic legs dangling over a display of foam tombstones. The headless neck pointed down like it was watching the walkway. Jenna whispered, "That is not kids." Daryl looked around the floor. Tape gun. What? Whoever did it used a tape gun. Could be from stockroom. Could be from seasonal. I pointed to the arch. They had time to climb. A rolling ladder stood 10 feet away, brakes unlocked. New fact. Whoever this was knew the store well enough to find equipment, move fast, and stage things where we were likely to go. Jenna lifted her phone and took a photo. The flash went off. In the bright snap, the aisle beyond the arch showed a figure standing near patio furniture. Tall, pale, still. Then the flash died, and the figure was gone. I made a noise I'm ashamed of. Jenna grabbed my arm hard enough to hurt. "You saw that?" "Yeah." Marisol aimed her phone flashlight down the aisle. The beam jittered over folded lawn chairs, stacked coolers, fake pumpkins, storage totes. Nothing moved. Daryl walked 3 steps forward. "Don't," Marisol said. He stopped. A faint squeak came from the right. We all turned together. A clothing rack rolled slowly out of the side aisle and bumped into a tower of plastic bins. No person behind it. It had been pushed and released. That was the worst kind of simple. Daryl's radio crackled. Cal's voice came through, weak and strained. Daryl nearly dropped it. "Cal, we're trying to reach police. Don't go to garden." We all looked toward the garden center doors, still out of sight beyond seasonal. Daryl pressed the mic. "Why static?" "Cal," a burst of breathing. "Then, they're using the cameras." Jenna's eyes went wide. "They," Daryl spoke slowly. "Who's they, Cal?" the radio hissed, then clicked dead. Daryl tried again. Nothing. Marisol rubbed both hands over her face. Her knuckles were dry and cracked, and one had split open, a little red crescent near the thumb. "We need to get out of this building." "Todd's at garden," Jenna said. "If Cal said not to go, Cal might not know where Todd is. Cal might know something we don't." "Then we go get Cal," Daryl's voice rose. "We cannot get to Cal without going through the stockroom. And we can't call the cops because your office door won't open," Jenna snapped. "So what's the plan, boss?" There it was. The word boss turned into a knife. Daryl looked like he might shout back, but he didn't. He just stood under the orange Halloween lights, breathing hard through his nose, with his radio in one hand and his bad knee trembling slightly from the run. I knew that trembling. Not fear, maybe, pain, exhaustion. The body cashing checks the will kept writing. My own side ached. My knee was bruised from kneeling in pet care. My throat tasted like dust and adrenaline. Marisol kept flexing her hands like she couldn't feel the fingertips. Jenna had gone pale around the mouth. And somewhere outside, Todd was alone. The scanner chirped. I didn't look. Marisol said, "Evan, I don't want to look," so I did. Assist customer AT Garden Center location. Seasonal garden threshold due. Now below that. Loss prevention observation active. Jenna backed away from me. Not from me exactly. From the scanner. Turn it off. I held the power button. Nothing. Battery pull, Daryl said. I flipped it over with clumsy fingers and tried to pop the back cover. The plastic was cracked from years of drops and tape repairs. My thumbnail bent. Pain shot under it. Here, Marisol said, taking it. She used her box cutter to pry the cover loose. The battery came out. The screen went black. For 1 second, we had silence. Then, from the overhead speakers, came the scanner chirp. Bright, digital, mocking. Once, twice. Jenna whispered, "Nope." A voice followed. Not a ghost voice. Not distorted beyond recognition. It was the store intercom. The same flat speaker system managers used to announce carryouts and spills. Night operations, it said. A man's voice. Calm, close to the microphone. Please proceed to Garden Center for customer assistance. Daryl's face changed. He recognized the system. Maybe the access. Maybe the violation of hearing our internal phrase said by someone who should not be on that mic. The intercom clicked off. Todd screamed from garden. Not loud enough to be theatrical. Loud enough to be real. Jenna ran before anyone could stop her. "Jenna," Daryl shouted. Marisol cursed and ran after her. I followed because staying alone was worse. Daryl limped behind us, fast but uneven, his breath coming harsh. We passed beneath the dangling child mannequin. My shoulder brushed its plastic foot. It spun slowly, tape creaking above me. Seasonal opened into garden center through 2 wide sliding glass doors, chained at the middle with a thick padlock. Beyond them was the covered outdoor area. Metal racks of soil, empty plant tables, patio furniture wrapped in plastic, fencing along the outside, and the side gate that led to the parking lot. Emergency lights painted everything greenish. Todd stood outside the chained doors, soaked and shaking, clutching his bleeding hand to his chest. Behind him, 20 feet away between the soil racks, stood 2 mannequins. 1 adult, 1 child. They were not moving. Of course they weren't moving, but they had been placed there facing the door, dressed in raincoats, their blank faces pale under the garden center security light. Todd was sobbing. They were behind me. They were behind me when I came around the side. Jenna grabbed the chain. "Open it," Daryl fumbled with his keys. "Padlock key, hold on." He found it, dropped it, swore, bent with a grunt, and picked it up. The sliding doors behind us, the ones leading back into seasonal, began to close. Slowly. They were supposed to stay open during business hours, locked open with floor bolts after close. Someone had released them. "Daryl," I said. He shoved the key into the padlock. It would not turn. The interior seasonal doors kept sliding, motor whining. Marisol ran back and jammed a plastic storage bin into the gap. The doors pressed against it, stopped, then began clicking, trying to close. "Open the damn lock," she shouted. "I'm trying." Jenna looked through the glass at Todd. "Back up, we'll break it." "With what?" Daryl snapped. Jenna lifted the metal base of a patio umbrella stand. "No," Daryl said. "Glass will cut him." Todd looked past us. His mouth opened. Behind us, the storage bin cracked. The seasonal doors pushed inward another inch. Then the lights died fully. Not flicker, not dip. Gone. For half a breath, the store disappeared. Emergency lights clicked on a second later, dim red and green along the floor paths. The garden doors stayed locked. The seasonal doors behind us stayed half closed, pressing against the broken bin. The front was somewhere beyond apparel, unreachable in the dark. Pet care and the compromised emergency exit were behind us on the other side of the store. Receiving, where Cal was trapped, was cut off by the stockroom. My mental map shrank to a trap. Garden in front, seasonal behind, chain between us and Todd, doors closing at our backs. The padlock finally turned. Daryl yanked it open. At the same moment, the storage bin snapped. The seasonal doors slid shut behind us with a heavy glass thud. A lock clicked somewhere inside the frame. Jenna pulled the chain free and shoved the garden doors apart. Cold rain blew in. Todd stumbled toward us. And from the dark store behind the now locked seasonal doors came the hollow tap of plastic feet on tile. Not one, several, coming closer. The tapping stopped when Todd got through the garden doors. That was almost worse than hearing it. Jenna shoved the sliding doors together behind him, and Daryl looped the chain back through the handles with shaking hands. The padlock hung open from one link. He didn't close it yet. Maybe he knew we might need to run. Maybe some part of him understood that locking any door now felt like choosing the shape of the trap. Todd folded against the nearest patio chair display, soaked through his hoodie, clutching his right hand to his chest. "Todd," Marisol said, crouching in front of him. "Look at me." He looked everywhere but at her. His eyes kept snapping to the dark seasonal doors behind us. "They followed me," he said. Jenna swallowed. "Who? Them?" He pointed past us. Behind the glass doors leading back into the store, the emergency lighting made the seasonal aisle look underwater. Red exit glow, green floor path lights, black shapes of storage bins, and fake Christmas trees. The hanging child mannequin turned very slowly from the tape loop above the Halloween arch. Then something pale passed behind it, not walking, being carried. A mannequin torso slid into view at waist height, held by someone hidden behind the display, its blank head tilted toward the glass. Then it jerked away. Marisol whispered, "That's a person." All the weirdness snapped into focus with that one sentence. Not ghosts, not plastic bodies deciding to move. People. People who knew the store. People who knew where the cameras pointed. People who could use the intercom, the task system, the door controls. People who had boxed us in with props and power cuts. And the one thing retail night workers never had enough of: time. Daryl keyed the radio. "Cal, answer me." Static. Then a faint thump from the stockroom side of the building, far away, or maybe not far enough. "We have to get police," Jenna said. "No phones," Daryl said. "My car," Todd said, voice cracking. "My keys. They're in my car. I left my phone charger in there." "I was going to. Can you get to it?" Marisol asked. Todd shook his head hard. Rainwater flicked from his hair. "There's someone by the garden gate." The garden center sat like a fenced cage attached to the store. From where we stood, I could map it in pieces. Sliding glass doors behind us to seasonal, now closed. Rows of metal plant tables straight ahead. Soil and mulch stacked along the left wall. Patio furniture and grills to the right. Chain link fence around the outside. Service gate at the far corner leading to the side parking lot. Todd's car would be beyond that, maybe 40 yards away. The gate was chained from inside. I knew that because I had helped close garden once in August. "I can open the gate," I said. Everyone looked at me. I almost took it back. The old basement panic was still there, pressed behind my ribs, but the map in my head had changed. Inside was worse. Inside had blind aisles and dead phones and voices from speakers. Outside had rain, open air, and a fence. "Gate keys on my ring," Daryl said. He pulled his keys free and tossed them to me. I missed. They hit the wet concrete and skidded under a plant table. "Damn it," I muttered. I dropped to my knees and reached underneath. My fingers found mud, a brittle leaf, then metal. The keys were cold and slick. When I stood, my kneecap flared where I'd bruised it earlier. Jenna grabbed a metal patio umbrella stand with both hands. "I'm coming." "No," Daryl said. "Yes, Jenna. They're not getting between us and the store alone." Marisol took off her work vest and wrapped it around Todd's bleeding hand. "Pressure. Keep it tight." Todd nodded, breathing in little broken pulls. Daryl looked from me to Jenna to the dark glass behind us. His lead voice came back, rough but steadier. "Evan and Jenna go for the gate. Marisol, keep Todd low behind the patio sets. I'll watch the doors. With what? Jenna asked. Daryl lifted the heavy chain in both hands. It was a bad weapon. It was still a weapon. We moved. The rain hit my face as soon as we left the covered threshold. Cold, needling rain, the kind that soaked through clothes in seconds. The garden center lights were still on, but only half of them, flickering over puddles and empty racks. Everything smelled like wet soil, fertilizer, rust, and plastic chair covers. Jenna stayed beside me, umbrella stand held like a battering ram. Don't freeze, she said. I'm trying something new. What? Not freezing. She gave one sharp laugh. It vanished in the rain. We passed the soil racks. A child mannequin stood between two stacks of mulch, dinosaur hoodie dark with water. Somebody had dragged it outside and propped it there while Todd was running. Its plastic feet were bare against the wet concrete. Jenna kept moving, but her breathing changed. They used my section, she said. I know. No, you don't. I dressed those stupid things yesterday. I complained about the raincoats. I said they looked like little weirdos waiting for a bus. She swallowed. Somebody heard that. The garden gate came into view. The chain was still there. Beyond it, the side lot was dark, except for the weak glow from store signage and a few emergency lights over the truck bay. Todd's car sat 20 or 30 yards away, driver's door closed, windows black. I bent to try the keys. A voice spoke from beyond the fence. Don't. Jenna lifted the umbrella stand. A man stood near the outside corner of the garden fence, half hidden by the shadow of the building. He wore a dark rain jacket, black gloves, and one of our store's orange safety vests over it. The vest was what made him look wrong. Familiar and wrong. Like a costume made from our own workplace. He raised one hand. In it was a box cutter. Step away from the gate, he said. His voice was calm, but not confident. Young-ish, maybe 30s, local accent. Rain ticked off the brim of his cap. I backed up one step. Jenna didn't. Who are you? She shouted. The man glanced past us toward the garden doors. You already made this harder than it needed to be. Great introduction, Jenna said. Her voice shook but held. Really clears things up. I tried to see his face. The emergency light caught his mouth, stubble, the edge of a nose. Not enough. Behind us, Daryl shouted, Evan. I turned. The seasonal doors had opened 6 inches. Not fully. Just enough for someone inside to shove a mannequin arm through the gap, reaching awkwardly toward the chain Daryl had looped around the garden handles. Daryl brought his chain down on the plastic arm. It cracked hard and fell back. Then a real hand appeared, gloved, trying to work the door wider. Daryl rammed his shoulder into the glass. Move, he yelled, not to us, to them. The man outside the fence looked toward the doors. Jenna took that second and swung. The patio umbrella stand hit the chain link with a ringing metallic crash, not the man. He flinched anyway. I shoved the key into the padlock. Wrong key. My fingers slipped. Anne lunged at the fence, box cutter flashing through one of the diamond gaps. The blade missed Jenna's sleeve by an inch. She slammed the umbrella stand into the fence again, lower this time. The impact knocked him back. Key, Evan. I'm trying. Second key. No, third. The lock turned. The chain dropped. The gate sagged open. The The man grabbed it from the other side and yanked. I yanked back. For one stupid, intimate second, we were both holding the same gate in the rain, separated by metal and bad choices. I could see his eyes then. Brown, wide, not blank, not monstrous, scared. That scared me more. "Let go," he said. "No." He kicked the gate. It slammed into my shoulder. Pain lit down my arm. I stumbled, lost my grip, and fell into a rack of empty planters. Plastic pots cracked under my elbow. Jenna drove the umbrella stand forward through the opening. It hit his shin. He made a sound like air tearing from a tire and dropped to one knee. "Run," Jenna shouted. But we didn't run to Todd's car. We ran back, because the garden doors were opening now. Daryl had one foot braced against the frame, both hands locked around the chain, trying to hold the interior sliding doors shut, while someone on the other side pulled them open. Marisol had Todd behind a stack of patio cushions. Todd was crying without sound, face wet with rain and snot and fear. A second intruder slipped through the gap. Smaller, dark hoodie, store vest, gloved hands. Marisol threw a plastic chair at them. It bounced off the doorframe and caught the intruder in the thigh. They stumbled. Daryl let go of the chain with one hand and swung the rest of it across their shoulder. The sound was ugly, meat and fabric and metal. They went down on one knee and the hood fell back. Jenna stopped running. Kelsey, the woman on the ground, looked up. Kelsey Byan, 38, female, day apparel lead, had been mentioned as a possible harmless explanation less than 20 minutes earlier. I had seen her maybe twice at shift change, always with a huge key ring, perfect eyeliner, and the tired impatience of someone who had survived too many holiday seasons. Now her face was wet with sweat, her left cheek scraped, and her eyes were bright with panic. Behind her, another gloved hand reached through the door. Daryl kicked it. "Back," he shouted. Kelsey spat at him. "You don't even know what they do in this place." Marisol, still crouched by Todd, said, "What the hell are you talking about?" Kelsey tried to stand. Jenna pointed the umbrella stand at her chest. "Don't," Jenna said. Kelsey looked at her, and something like shame crossed her face. "You should have gone to garden when we said. You trapped us. We were getting you out. With mannequins," Jenna snapped. Kelsey's mouth twisted. "Cameras were on. We needed you moving where the cameras couldn't see." That made no sense, and too much sense at once. Cal's warning, they're using the cameras, the task system, the intercom, the front office locked. The intruders were not just scaring us. They were steering us away from some lines of sight and into others, or maybe trying to keep someone watching from seeing what they were really doing. Daryl kept his shoulder against the sliding doors. "Who's we?" Kelsey looked over my shoulder. The man from the gate had gotten up. He limped inside the garden center, box cutter still in hand. Blood or mud darkened one pant leg where Jenna had hit him. "Stop talking," he said. Kelsey's jaw tightened. "Ray, they're not part of it. Ray, a name, a person." Ray came closer. Jenna shifted the umbrella stand. Ray lifted the cutter, put it down. I looked for something to use. Soil bags, plant hooks, plastic pots, hose reel, fire extinguisher, fire extinguisher. Mounted on the wall by the garden doors. I moved before thinking. Maybe that was the only reason I moved at all. Ray saw me and turned. I grabbed the extinguisher from the bracket. It came loose heavier than expected, dragging my sore shoulder down. Ray rushed me. I pulled the pin the way I'd seen in training videos everyone joked through. Then I squeezed. White powder blasted into his face. Ray screamed and swung blind. The box cutter sliced across my forearm, shallow but hot, a sudden bright line of pain. I kept spraying until the cloud swallowed him. Kelsey, the doorway, everything. People coughed. Someone yelled my name. The world became white grit and wet concrete. Go, Daryl shouted. Marisol grabbed Todd. Jenna grabbed me. We stumbled through the powder cloud, past Ray coughing on his hands and knees, past Kelsey crawling away from the doors, into the garden threshold. But instead of going out the gate, Daryl pushed us toward Seasonal. The doors are open, he was right. In the struggle, the interior sliding doors had opened wide enough for us to squeeze through. Inside was darker than before. Emergency lights, hanging mannequin, foam tombstones, Seasonal aisles cutting left and right. And beyond Seasonal, the route to the front office. Office is locked, Jenna coughed. Not going to office, Daryl said. Electrical room, manual alarm panel. I almost laughed. You knew there was a manual alarm panel. I'm the overnight lead. Would have been useful earlier. Been a little busy. We ran through Seasonal. Behind us, Ray coughed and swore. Kelsey shouted something I couldn't make out. Another shape moved in the glass reflection near garden. Maybe a third person. Maybe a mannequin swinging from its tape. Daryl led us left instead of back toward apparel. Seasonal to hardware. Hardware to the service hallway by automotive. The hallway had an electrical room, a janitor closet, and a rear corridor that connected toward receiving. I knew it as a shortcut day shift told us not to use because vendors left junk there. The hallway door was marked employees only. It was propped open with a mannequin base. Daryl kicked the base aside. We piled in. The hallway was narrow, cinder block, lit by red emergency bulbs. It smelled like mop water and hot dust. My forearm dripped blood onto the floor, not spurting, just steady enough to be alarming. Marisol saw it and ripped a strip from her already ruined vest. Hold still, I'm fine. You're bleeding on aisle procedures. She wrapped it tight. I hissed through my teeth. Todd slid down the wall, shaking. Jenna crouched near him, still holding the umbrella stand, eyes locked on the door behind us. Daryl opened the electrical room. Inside, panels lined the wall. Breaker labels, alarm box, old clipboard, emergency pull station with a plastic cover. He lifted the cover and pulled. Nothing happened. For 1 second, his face collapsed. Then, from somewhere deep in the building, a horn began to pulse. Not loud at first, then louder. BRAAP, BRAAP, BRAAP. The fire alarm strobes flashed white down the hallway. Todd started sobbing again, this time with relief. Daryl grabbed the wall phone beside the panel, the old red emergency handset nobody used. He lifted it. Come on, he whispered. A dial tone buzzed. He laughed once, wild and short, then dialed 911. That should have been the resolution. It was. A crash came from the hallway door. Ray appeared in the opening, face streaked white from extinguisher powder, eyes red and streaming. He had lost the box cutter or dropped it. In its place, He held a length of metal shelf bracket. Behind him, Kelsey shouted, "Ray, stop." Alarms pulled. He did not stop. Daryl spoke into the phone fast. "We are at," Ray charged. Jenna stepped into him with the umbrella stand. He knocked it aside and caught her across the shoulder with the bracket. She cried out and fell against the wall. Marisol grabbed the mop bucket from the janitor closet and shoved it into Ray's legs. He went down hard, chin cracking against the concrete floor. The bracket skidded toward me. I picked it up with my good hand. Ray tried to rise. I swung. I did not swing like a hero. I swung like a terrified stalker who did not want to go back into the basement. The bracket hit his forearm. There was a blunt snap. Ray screamed and folded around the injury. Daryl had not hung up. He was still on the phone, voice shaking but clear. Police and ambulance. Active intruders. Employees injured. Discount store off Route 6 near Scranton. Garden center and receiving. Yes, we're inside. Fire alarm is sounding. Kelsey stood at the hallway entrance, hands raised now, face wet, no weapon visible. Ray was supposed to cut the cameras, she said, almost to herself. Just the cameras. We were taking the evidence. What evidence? Daryl shouted. Kelsey looked at him. Ask your manager, she said. Ask why Cal's dock footage disappeared after Victor fell. None of us knew what that meant. Not then. Ray groaned on the floor. Jenna pressed a hand to her shoulder, jaw clenched, trying not to cry. Todd's bandage had bled through. My arm throbbed with every alarm pulse. Marisol stood over Ray with the mop bucket in both hands, ready to hit him again if he twitched wrong. The fire horn kept screaming. BRAAP. White strobes flashed. BRAAP. From the far end of the service hallway, a door opened. Cal limped into view, gray ponytail loose, one side of his face swollen, holding a tire iron in both hands. He saw us. He saw Ray on the floor. He saw Kelsey standing with her hands up. About damn time, he said, and then he sat down hard against the wall like his legs had quit. Outside, faint but growing, sirens threaded through the rain. No sudden saviors, just sound, distance closing. The conflict ended there in the practical sense. Ray couldn't stand. Kelsey had stopped fighting. The alarm had forced the building open to the world. Police were coming. Ambulances too. But none of us moved toward relief all at once. We stayed in that red-lit hallway among mop water, blood, fire strobes, and a fallen mannequin base kicked against the wall. Jenna looked at me, face pale, shoulder already swelling. You still scared of mannequins? She asked. I tried to answer. From somewhere in seasonal, the taped-up child mannequin finally fell from the Halloween arch. It hit the tile with a hollow plastic crack that carried cleanly through the alarm. Nobody laughed. By the time the police came through the front doors, the mannequins had stopped being the strangest thing in the store. That sounds wrong, considering one was hanging from a Halloween arch. One lay face down in pet care. Two were outside in the garden center, like they had been waiting for a bus that never came. And a child-sized torso in a dinosaur hoodie had cracked open on the tile hard enough to spill its metal support rod across seasonal. But once the fire alarm had been going for 5 minutes, and Ray was curled on the service hallway floor with his broken arm held against his chest. And Kelsey was sitting against the cinderblock wall with zip ties around her wrists. The plastic bodies became props again. Ugly props. Evidence, maybe, but props. The Scranton police came in through the front entrance first because the fire alarm had kicked the front doors into emergency release after all. Not right away. Not when Todd had been out there pounding the glass with his bleeding hand. Only after the system decided the building was officially on fire. That detail bothered Marisol so much she kept repeating it under her breath. "Now they open," she said, as the first officers moved through customer service with flashlights and drawn pistols. Now, Daryl had stayed on the emergency phone until the dispatcher told him to put the receiver down and keep his hands visible. He did exactly that. He stood in the electrical room doorway with both hands raised, his bad knee trembling, his work shirt stuck to his back with sweat. For once, he did not try to manage the room. He looked used up, smaller somehow. An officer named Ramirez found us first. Officer Nadia Ramirez, 41 female, came down the service hallway with a flashlight angled low and a radio clipped to her shoulder. She had rain on her jacket, sharp eyes, and the steady voice of someone who knew panic spread faster when you shouted. Behind her was Officer Grant Holloway, 36, male, taller, red-faced from the cold, carrying a medical kit until the paramedics could get through. "Everyone show me your hands," Ramirez said. We did. Even Ray, after Holloway nudged him with a boot and told him not to be stupid. Kelsey lifted her slowly. The zip tie Daryl had used was too tight, and her fingers had gone pale at the tips. She looked at Jenna once and then looked away. "Who's hurt?" Holloway asked. Everyone started talking at once. "His hand," Marisol said, pointing to Todd. "Her shoulder," I said, pointing to Jenna. "His face," Todd said, pointing to Cal. "My arm," Ray said, as if we were all being unfair by leaving him out. Marisol turned on him so fast, I thought she might actually hit him with the mop bucket again. "Your arm can wait." Ramirez separated us the way practical people do, not gently, not cruelly, just efficiently. Todd went first because his knuckles had been pinched and cut by the front doors, and the bleeding had started again through my ruined vest. Jenna went next, pale and furious, insisting her shoulder was fine, even though she couldn't raise her arm above chest level. I sat on an overturned bucket while Holloway unwrapped Marisol's makeshift bandage from my forearm. The cut looked worse under real light. It ran 4 inches along the outside of my arm, shallow at one end, deeper near the middle where the box cutter had caught and skipped. Blood had dried in a sticky line down to my wrist. There was white fire extinguisher powder in the wound, which made Holloway whistle softly. "That'll need cleaning," he said. I figured. Stitches maybe. I figured that too. He glanced at me. "You did okay." I did not know what to do with that, so I looked at the floor. Cal sat across from me, with a paramedic pressing gauze to the swelling under his eye. He had been hit with something in receiving, maybe the handle of a pallet jack, maybe Ray's shelf bracket before Ray came after us. Cal didn't remember cleanly. He remembered hearing a noise by the dock door, seeing the panel flicker, and then Kelsey, in a safety vest, telling him there was a spill by the baler. "I knew her," he kept saying. "That's why I opened the office door. I knew her." Nobody told him that was stupid. Nobody needed to. Kelsey had worked at that store almost 7 years. She knew the keypad schedules, the camera blind spots, which emergency exits had bad seals, which scanners still carried old task permissions. She knew Jenna dressed the mannequins and complained about them. She knew Daryl would not call police until he had something solid. She knew the night crew was small, tired, and trained to solve problems internally before bothering anyone outside the building. That was what made it work. Not brilliance, familiarity. Ray's full name was Raymond Sutter, 33, male, a former maintenance contractor who had done overnight work at the store the previous winter after a snowstorm damaged part of the loading dock. He still had a contractor badge in his truck. The badge should have been deactivated months earlier. It was. That came out slowly, in pieces, while police walked the store and paramedics treated us under the red pulse of the alarm strobes. The big picture came later. Victor Alvarez, 48, male, had been a delivery driver who slipped from the dock plate during an overnight delivery 6 months before. Cal knew him. Not well, but enough to share cigarettes by the bay doors and talk about bad knees. According to the official incident report, Victor had ignored safety instructions and fallen while climbing down from his trailer. There had been no usable footage because the dock camera had failed to record. Kelsey did not believe that. Ray had been Victor's brother-in-law. That was the human shape behind the night. Not clean, not justifiable, not supernatural. Grief and suspicion and bad planning, mixed with access, resentment, and a willingness to scare people who had nothing to do with it. They had broken in to get old drive backups from the front office and receiver terminal. Kelsey believed management had saved dock footage somewhere before deleting it from the main system. She had meant to keep the night crew away from receiving and the office by steering us toward garden, where Ray could lock us out or keep us busy while she searched. The mannequins were supposed to be distractions. Ray made them worse. That was what Kelsey said anyway. He thought it would keep people moving, she told Ramirez, while sitting on the floor near Seasonal, wrists bound, eyeliner streaked gray beneath one eye. Nobody was supposed to get hurt. Jenna, standing nearby with her arm in a sling made from a triangular bandage, laughed once. It was not a funny sound. "You hung a child mannequin from a Halloween arch," she said. Kelsey closed her eyes. "I know. No," Jenna said. "You don't get to sound sad about it now." Ramirez gently moved Jenna back before the conversation could become something else. By 3 a.m, the store was full of people. Police in dark jackets, firefighters checking exits, paramedics moving in and out. A store manager named Paul Sweeney, 55, male, arrived in a raincoat over pajama pants and looked like every locked cabinet in the building had personally betrayed him. He tried to ask Daryl whether the frozen section had lost temperature during the outage. Daryl stared at him for a long second. Then Daryl said, "Paul, shut up." I had never respected him more. Paul did shut up, at least until a detective pulled him aside. Detective Marla HSU, 48, female, came in around 3:20, calm and dry despite the weather, with a notebook and the kind of patience that made people talk too much. She took our first statements separately in the break room, because it was the only place with chairs that were not wet, bloody, or surrounded by crime scene tape. The break room looked obscene under normal light. A microwave with soup stains. A vending machine humming like nothing had happened. A corkboard full of faded safety posters and birthday announcements. Someone's half-eaten yogurt still sat on the table, foil lid peeled back, spoon stuck upright. I sat across from Detective HSU with a bandage wrapped around my forearm and a paper cup of water shaking in my good hand. "Start when you first noticed something was wrong," she said. "The mannequin was in grocery." "Which aisle?" 16. "And you did not move it?" "No." "Did anyone ask you to move it?" "Daryl told me to move it back, but it was gone when Marisol came." She wrote without looking surprised. That helped, or maybe it made it worse. I wanted someone official to make a face, to say that can't happen. Instead, she treated it like every other detail, a thing to place in order. When I told her about the scanner tasks addressed to me, she looked up. "Why you? I don't know. Did you have any prior conflict with Kelsey Byon or Raymond Sutter?" "No." "Any reason they would know your full name?" I thought about my name badge, my login, the task system, the schedule posted by the stockroom, the way the store displayed us to anyone who cared to look. "Retail makes that easy," I said. She nodded once and wrote that down. We were released from the store just before dawn, though released made it sound cleaner than it was. Todd went to urgent care with his roommate. Jenna rode in an ambulance after she finally admitted her shoulder made a grinding feeling when she moved it. Cal went too, because the paramedic did not like his confusion and the swelling under his eye. Ray went in cuffs after the hospital. Kelsey went in another car, quiet, looking through the rain-streaked window, as if the mannequin's outside garden were the only things she could bear to look at. Marisol refused transport, then sat in her Civic for 10 minutes with both hands on the wheel and the engine off. I stood under the employee entrance awning beside her car, wearing a borrowed sweatshirt over my bandaged arm. The sky over the parking lot had gone the dull blue-gray that comes before sunrise. Store lights reflected in puddles. Yellow crime scene tape fluttered near the garden fence. Marisol rolled down her window. "You need a ride?" she asked. "My car's right there." She looked toward my Corolla near the cart return. "That's far. It's 40 feet. At this point, far." I almost said I was fine. Instead, I said, "Yeah, maybe." So she drove me 40 feet. Neither of us laughed about it. For 3 days, I didn't sleep more than 2 hours at a time. Every time the heater in my apartment clicked on, I heard the emergency exit peeling open. Every time my phone buzzed, I saw the scanner screen lighting up with my name. I kept checking my closets, even though there was no space in them for a person, let alone a mannequin. The police found Ray's contractor badge in his truck, along with 2 store radios, 3 rolls of clear packing tape, a bolt cutter, and a printed floor plan with camera angles marked in red pen. They found Kelsey's old department lead login still active in the inventory system. They found task messages queued from a manager terminal in the front office, sent before the office lock was disabled. They also found a USB drive in Ray's jacket. That part did not make the local news at first. The news story was simpler. 2 suspects arrested after overnight break-in at a retail store. Several employees treated for minor injuries. Investigation ongoing. The comments online were what you would expect. Jokes about haunted mannequins. People saying they would never work night shift. People claiming they had seen worse at Walmart. A week later, Daryl called me. I almost didn't answer. Seeing his name on my phone made my stomach pull tight. "Marky," he said when I picked up. "Yeah. You hear about Sweeney?" "No. Suspended. Regional 2, maybe." Detective came by asking for doc records. I sat on the edge of my bed. So Kelsey was right. Daryl was quiet for a second. Kelsey broke into a store and nearly got people killed. That's not what I asked. "No," he said. "It is." He exhaled, and for the first time since I'd known him, he sounded old. "Cal says Victor didn't fall where the report says he fell. Says he told management months ago." What happens now? Lawyers, police, corporate pretending they care. That was Daryl's answer to most things, but this time it sounded less bitter than tired. Jenna texted me a photo of her shoulder brace with the caption, "Mannequin Department 1, me 0. Then, a minute later, "Also I'm quitting." Todd quit before she did. Cal retired 2 weeks later, though he called it, using up leave until they got the hint. Marisol stayed, because bills do not care about trauma. Daryl stayed too, because he was Daryl, and because responsibility has a way of becoming a cage if you wear it long enough. I went back after 9 days, not because I was brave, because my rent was due, and because part of me needed to see the store under fluorescent lights again, with customers complaining about coupons and kids, begging for candy, and someone paging for assistance in electronics. The first shift back was daytime. Daryl arranged that without saying he had arranged it. I stocked canned fruit while an old woman asked me where the cranberry sauce was. And for 10 blessed minutes, my biggest problem was explaining that Thanksgiving stock had not come in yet. Apparel had changed. The bus stop display was gone. Corporate sent a directive, according to Jenna, though she was not there to read it. The remaining mannequins had been stripped and moved to the back. Some were evidence. Some were damaged. Some just made people uncomfortable. Near the entrance to women's outerwear, there was still a scuffed circle on the tile where one base had stood too long. I noticed it every time I walked past. A month later, Detective HSU called to confirm a timeline detail. She told me carefully that charges had been filed against Ray and Kelsey. Burglary, assault, unlawful restraint, tampering with safety systems. Other things I didn't catch because I was standing in the soup aisle and a customer was staring at me like I might know whether chicken noodle was on sale. "What about Victor?" I asked. There was a pause. "That investigation is separate," she said. "Does separate mean real?" "It means separate." I understood that was all she could say. The store settled back into itself, because stores do. Floors get scrubbed. Doors get repaired. Managers hold meetings with phrases like moving forward and team resilience. A new safety poster appeared near the time clock. The front office keypad was replaced. The emergency exit by Pet Care got a new sensor and a brighter alarm sticker. The garden gate chain was upgraded to something thick enough to tow a car. For 2 weeks, people talked about it constantly. Then less. Then only when a new hire asked why nobody joked about mannequins. I still worked nights sometimes. Not alone if I could help it. Marisol and I developed a habit of checking aisle ends without discussing it. Daryl stopped teasing me for freezing. In fact, he started announcing himself before coming around corners. Coming through, he would say, too loud, and I would answer, heard. That was the new normal, a little ridiculous, a little kind. The last thing happened in December. I was stocking pasta sauce at 2:05 a.m., the same aisle where Marisol had found me staring toward apparel that first night. Holiday music played overhead, tinny and awful. The store had been remodeled just enough to pretend nothing bad had ever happened there. New cameras, new locks, new rules about 2-person walks through seasonal and garden. My scanner chirped. I looked down before I could stop myself. For a moment, I thought I saw a task notification. Not the usual inventory screen, not pasta sauce. A white box with black letters. Move display unit. WOMNS raincoat form. Then the screen flickered. Battery warning. The task vanished. I stood there with one jar of marinara in my hand, listening to the cooler hum and the far-off clatter of Daryl breaking down cardboard. The rational explanation came quickly. Old scanner, cached task, system bug, my own brain filling in a shape it feared. I accepted that explanation. Mostly. At the end of the aisle, near the paper towels, a red clearance tag lay on the floor. Just a tag. Torn from a coat, maybe. Dropped from someone's cart. It shifted slightly when the heater breathed down from the vent above. I picked it up with 2 fingers and threw it away. Then I went back to stocking shelves, labels facing out, cans lined straight, every item in its assigned place. Behind me, somewhere in apparel, plastic clicked softly against tile. Once. Maybe a hanger, maybe nothing. I did not go look. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare.